Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm in the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America, no longer California, Los Angeles. To be pseudo-specific, my name is BrianEngelman. Today is Tuesday, September the 16th, 2025, and this right here is the TNAM Daily Show, brought to you on the new American media, because the old American media has failed you. You know that. That's why you're here. You're sick of being lied to. You know who else is... Anyway, you know who else is sick of it? Kid Rock is sick of it. Kid Rock was doing an interview yesterday with Jesse Waters, I believe it was. And he had some stuff to say about the media. It's pretty common sense kind of stuff. By the way, hit like, hit subscribe if you're on the YouTube channel and you get the little button on your thing, and you can press the hearts or the 100 or the confetti or whatever. Just tappy tap a little bit on there from time to time. It shows the algorithm that you're engaged, interested in this content. And the more interested people are, the more it will show this to other people so that we can grow this show. We want a 10x, and then 100x, and then 1000x. We can only do that if y'all are sharing our stuff. So please click the link to share this show and put it up on your X feed, or text it to a couple of your smart friends or family, neighbors, coworkers who are down with this sort of thing. What sort of thing is it? Well, we're a bunch of trash pandas over here. We're a bunch of raccoons. We flip the trash can over each day and shake it out and see what's on the table. We rifle through the rubbish and separate fake news from fact. That's what we do here on the New American Media. So we're going to discuss Kid Rock. We're going to discuss Greg Gutfeld goes off on Jessica Tarlov. I think that's her name. And then Candace Owens. I mean, she's all but directly saying Israel got rid of Charlie, and she'll be damned if Ben Shapiro tries to steal his thunder. That's the way I'm reading it. What do you think? Well, we're going to talk about it on today's program. So let's get things started right about now.
Guide to the truth, the new AmericanMedia.com.
A couple of quick programming notes. Want to say thank you to everybody. We have now cleared the barrier in our YouTube studio. Hang on, I'm trying to click on the YouTube channel here. I want to give you the update. We did it. We were able to click apply for our AdSense account, the AdSense account that they took away. Makes no sense why they would take. Oh, this is exactly the video I wanted to see. While I'm trying to find this, let me share this with you. Because I had this thought. Whenever something bad happens, I ask the question, what can we learn and how can we do it better? And so in areas that have known to be flood zones, flood problems. Can't we build relief valves, relief suction grates, tubes, irrigation, things that could take the excess and dump it underneath, reroute it somewhere else where it could spill out somewhere else to alleviate the pressure? As I was going around North Carolina, southern Virginia, North Carolina, Western Tennessee, for Hurricane Helene, when we did the Hurricane Helene Help is on the Way documentary, Blake Wally and myself. When we were over there, I just kept, all right, okay. So if these are the areas that flood, what can we build in these areas that can soak up as much of this stuff as possible and reroute it? Dig a pipe, trench it, and take it somewhere. Reroute it back into the sewer system so you can just pump it into the sewers and run it out. So what can we do? Fires in Los Angeles. Okay. Everybody had their water on, but then if one line broke, everybody's line breaks. So can't you do something where if the line breaks, you can almost like a ball or something that if it's broken, it would suction cup and lock up and do like a vapor lock on the broken part, and it would maintain the integrity for the rest. If there's wildfires, you go, all right, well, why can't you just run irrigation through the forest? Why can't we have grids? We can have irrigation grids where if it came down to it, we could just saturate quadrants to do a fire block, a firewall, just block it, draw a line here and just hit that, go, let the water out from there. And with Charlie Kirk, I'm going, well, I mean, he's got security. He's had security. The comments were like, he lost so much blood, like they couldn't have stabilized him. Is there anything that could have been done? And I'm like, well, why didn't they have a trauma kit? Did they have a trauma kit right there? Did they have something that had his blood in it where he could get an immediate transfusion that could keep the blood in his system while they try to apply pressure to get him into surgery long enough to maybe try to stabilize? But you would need something that would keep blood at the appropriate temperature, and something, a trauma kit that could have, so I didn't see the video of what was done to try to save him at that point, but I was trying to find you the update on the YouTube channel and it took me here instead. But this is exactly what I was thinking. Well, what could this have saved Charlie Kirk? This is Wrangler Star. You should subscribe to him.
Charlie Kirk has survived a rifle wound to the neck had there been trauma medics on hand. As a former trauma medic who has ran gunshot wounds, knife wounds, traumatic injuries professionally, in my opinion, I would say very, very unlikely. A rifle wound, especially to the neck or the upper torso, is a devastating, devastating attack. Pistol rounds, most people can survive a pistol round, obviously depending on placement. What this does is, I guess what this experience has done to a lot of people is waking them up to the importance of not only concealed carry, but what do you need? What should you have on hand within reach at all time when it comes to personal medical kits? And I'll just share with you what I use. All you need is a basic IFAK, an individual first aid kit. These have been developed basically through the experiences of the U.S. military, and it consists really of 4 things. This is the belt kit by our friends over at Refuge Medical. This is a great option. There's a lot of good companies out there. Refuge Medical is my favorite. That's who I would go to if you want the very best. This is a good form factor, and it's small enough where you can keep it in a purse, you can keep it in a cargo pocket, and it contains the 4 essentials. Trauma shears, especially in wintertime. If you can't treat what you can't see. Fighting through clothing can be difficult. So,
yeah, you just got to get the clothing off, get to the flesh.
So having a pair of trauma shears is important. The second thing of 4 is going to be a tourniquet. Any damage on the extremities or any bleeds like that, this saves lives right here. The third and fourth are a compression bandage and a trauma dressing. This is a small package, but when you open it up, it's a lot of material. If you have a big wound that's bleeding, you want to stuff that and compress it. Hold it with your hand, but better off to have some sort of a compression dressing. This is basically a rubber band that you use these two in conjunction together to put pressure and to stop a bleed. These 4 things fit really nicely in the small container and would be the difference, maybe not in Charlie's case, but could be in the event of a gunshot wound. This kit specifically is set up nice for gunshot wounds or any sort of a trauma like that. So I would take a hard look at your EDC. Make sure you have a good concealed carry, you know how to use it, and right along with that, a good trauma kit. I'll put a link over to Bear's site. You can go over there, whether you choose them or someone else. I've got no skin in the game, but if you want quality and you want the best, then this is what I carry. This is what I recommend.
Pro Hose. He's a professional homeowner. It's a good site. Wrangler Star. Like the jeans, one word, Wrangler Star. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to see the update here on the YouTube studio. There we go. That's much better. So when I click on the page now, look, we are reviewing the base terms completed. We're on our way to becoming a YouTube partner. Yeah, on our way to doing it again since you stole it from me the first time. Thanks. You have accepted the YouTube Partner Program terms. Yay. Step 2, sign up for AdSense on YouTube. Our account is being created or associated. The approval and association process usually takes several days, but in some cases it can take 2 to 3 weeks. Oh, really? And then step 3 that I have not started. Usually get a decision within a month. Okay. So we'll see how that plays out. But hey, we crossed the barrier. Thank you. But really, let's keep it up because that 4,000 mark, we have 1,000 more to go. That's going to get the ad to actually just get the commercials back on the page. This is just to open up super chats and subscriptions, which is great. 2 more tip jars. We're here at the bar talking about the news that's on the screens. Those are 2 more tip jars, which I'll take, but I really want to get that regular advertising revenue back. So appreciate everyone out there who's been watching our content, sharing our content, letting the shows play, showing the algorithm a nice boost to say that we're a channel worth advertising on. So thank you, everybody. Hello, everybody in chat. Good morning, Trash Panda, Texas. I love how you changed your name, Trash Panda, Texas. Did not notice anything in the P.O. box today, by the way. I check it usually every 2 weeks. Roughly. Howdy, Marion Cook. Good morning as well. Danette. Recently baptized Danette with her group of rebels. Welcome back. Yippee, music intro. Yes. That is our intro. That song's called Metro. Oh, excuse me. That song is not called Metro. I think it's called Franciscan. Top of the morning to you, Chris, down in San Antonio, Texas. Howdy, 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 howdy. I'm repeating the lines of John Brenneman there. Howdy, 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 howdy. Wasn't that from, what was that from? Toy Story. Howdy, 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 howdy. Oh, okay, there you go. Trash Panda, Texas. I followed this guy, Wrangler Star, a long time ago on my other channel. Okay, saying Thursday. All right, I'll have to remember that. Another programming note, I will not be going live on Saturday. So please set your expectations accordingly. There's a theoretical chance that I could go live Saturday evening. I don't know. Do I intend to go live for the Cleveland Browns game again and we watch both sets of the early and late games? If I can. I think so, if I can. I got to make sure I have a way to watch the game. The first 2 games have been broadcast on a method I can pick up. moving forward. I don't know what I'm going to do, so we'll have to figure that one out. Another programming note today, later in the day at 6 p.m., where we normally will bring you. What do we normally bring you on Tuesdays at 6 p.m.? There it is, Strictly Football. We are going to reschedule that. That is going to be Friday. Time to be determined. Mike Barra is at an alien thing, and then he's flying to Austin. Tuesday, Wednesday would be tough, or Wednesday, Thursday would be tough. So I think we're going Friday. For season 2, episode 4, I think, of our football show. But of course, we also do the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. A show so cool. Eric Metcalf once did something fantastic for me. One of the best, most electric players in NFL history, and one of my favorites is a Cleveland Browns fan. He once did this for me.
Hi, this is Eric Metcalf, and you're watching the Unhappy Hour.
Yeah, buddy. Recorded a show liner for us one time. That was pretty cool, little intro. Although I'm sure Eric Metcalf neither affirms nor not affiliated with this program in any way. He was just very nice to me at a meet and greet. So anyway, we're going to do more shows, but those are some of the updates as far as I've been able to deliver them to you today. So let's dump the trash on the table, shall we? I don't think I played this yesterday. All right, we'll start here. It has music, but I can't play it, obviously, which is so frustrating. The parallels between Paul, Saul, and Charlie Kirk. The first time we were ever introduced
to Saul is in Acts chapter 7.
So we're introduced to him. Assassination, martyrdom of another man named Stephen. He was a deacon, and that just means it's a servant, like a volunteer, a team at the church, but he was a spirit-filled man. He was a Jesus man, a Bible man, a courageous man, a cross-carrying man, a spirit-filled man. Stephen is gathered in front of, eerily, a little bit similar to like being on a hostile college campus. He's gathered before the Sanhedrin, like a place of public hostility against this new thing called Christianity. And the Sanhedrin gathers him, and he publicly argues with them. I mean, he debates, boldly testifies to the truth of the lordship, the reality, the resurrection of Jesus Christ in the Bible. It says they got so mad he wouldn't shut up that they tear their clothes, they gnash their teeth, they rush at him, they grab him, they publicly stone him to death, while he looks toward the heavens and prays just like Jesus. Father, forgive them. While he's dying, while he's bleeding out on camera, in public. The camera in Acts chapter 7 pans from Stephen over to a guy that we meet for the first time. And that guy was Saul. He's holding the cloaks of the people who are killing Stephen. And Saul watching him get publicly assassinated. That's the thing that shakes him and makes him go, maybe there's something to this fella, this Jesus fella. That is the turning point in the book of Acts. So yeah, Saul became Paul. and this is really the message I was asking for from that church that I went to. Earlier today, I did call that church. I did call them previously, but nobody answered, and I asked him to have the pastor call me back. And I'm going to tell him, I didn't show up that day for the first time, and God knows how long. God knows how long. I don't know. So I didn't want to go there to hear about whataboutism. I didn't want to hear about, there was something that happened up in Minnesota, and this stuff is everywhere. So, the peacemakers, we got to be peacemakers. Like, there's no peacemakers when your flock is getting taken out. You're the shepherd. You're supposed to watch over your flock. If this is your family, how do you defend your family? Like, how do you speak courageously in the face of persecutors, of bad people? What's the point? Why even bother? Tell us these stories, because even if something happens to you, you inspire others. It's not been lost upon me that if something ever happened to me, you know what? And I've received messages over the past 14 years. I've received some of the coolest messages. This guy that we filmed in Taos, New Mexico, Casper. I want to play Casper. Where did I put him? I know where I put him. I want to play you Casper because I interviewed this guy. Why am I not signed into the channel? Ah, boy. Okay. Let's try that again. It should be right there, and I'm not logged in. Can't remember. Doggone it. No, I can do this. I can do this, people. By the way, Luigi Mangione charges have been dropped for terrorism. Another story worth noting. Well, let me scroll back a bit here to Casper. Just Apart is the one that I remembered, and this is the one that we'll go with. This guy was quite an interesting fella. At the Taos Inn, we were performing up there. As many of you know, I am a musician, and when I went to Taos, New Mexico to learn how to build off-the-grid self-sustainable homes called Earthships, we went up to the Taos Inn about 30 minutes away or so, 40 minutes away, something like that. And we'd perform open mic night. The random people who are volunteering to learn this stuff. Met this guy, Casper, and we put this video up because it was cool. And then we get a message saying, hey, thank you so much for posting this. This is my son, and I haven't talked to him in 15 years or something like that. Actually, I wonder if the comment's in here. No, maybe it was a different video, or maybe it was a direct message. Anyway, this guy was pretty good. Spoken word stuff. You know what? There's a reason I met him. I don't know. Let's re-listen to this. It's clever wordplay. Maybe this is relevant today. Just Apart.
Casper again. This is titled Just Apart. I feel that all of us are just apart. And so here goes.
So the kind of what I was getting at is that I've received so many messages over the years from people that were impacted by the things we've done. This guy found his estranged son. God, one guy said, man, my dad used to love your stuff. He'd talk about you guys and share your stuff. And, you know, you guys made him so happy talking about Cleveland sports. And, you know, he just passed away fairly recently. And I just wanted to reach out and tell you, you know, you guys gave him so much joy. Like, he always talked about you guys and shared your stuff. I'm like, you know, it's like sometimes just little things, you know, I keep wanting to go back to pennies in the wishing well, but I'm using that for the hours concept that I've said so many times. I don't want to confuse them, but you know, you know, you feed the parking meter, put a couple quarters in, it goes chick, 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 chick. And so the thought back to Paul and Saul, that saying that's pretty much exactly what happened to Charlie Kirk. Like, this is nothing new. Christians will be prosecuted by the demons. They hate they hate anything that kind of exposes the grift of the demons on this planet. And the story is Charlie. Well, I'll get to that with Candace Owens, but I've received other messages from people saying, you know, I wish I could say any of the things you say. I like the stuff you post. you post some of the best stuff out there from any outlet that I covered. Like, just the stuff that you put out there is relevant. It's important stuff I don't see anywhere else. And, you know, the story of Paul and Saul and Stephen, it's like, well, Stephen inspired Saul to stop being a tax collector and join the team, get on board with the Christians. And that was inspiration. How many people have been inspired by Charlie Kirk to go back to church, to try to stop cussing as much? I'll try to try. I'll try to try. It's probably not the best foot forward, but, you know, from time to time, anyway, but it's possible that the ripple effect of the stuff I've done will spread out to somewhere it needs to be, the butterfly effect. And I guess all of us need to be thinking that way. This is not a time to sit on the sidelines and be an NPC. Get involved. This is your video game. Be a first player, not a first player shooter. Be a first player. Be a main character. Bring some main character vibes, main character energy. Can we try that? We should try that, because that's a ripple effect. Kind of like the ripple effect of the neighbor when they decided they were going to get a new roof. And then I got to listen to it for 2 days straight. It's fantastic. Or they've done 2 roofs right in the same spot. I don't know what's going on. I digress. Anyway, here's Casper just apart, because saw this guy perform, like, dude, that's good. Can you do another one? Can I post this out? He goes, yeah, all right. And so we did a couple of these, and that's how the guy found his son, his long lost estranged son, something like that. Here we go. This is called Just Apart by Casper in Taos, New Mexico. One of the first videos I did, one of the last videos I did on my personal account before starting the New American Media. I came back from this trip and started the New American Media. I had a bit of a spiritual experience out on the Arroyo. The Arroyo.
I am but just a part. A single piece in a much larger heart that beats like drums, love into the rhythmic hum that begun with a spark. I'm but a satellite of light shining in the dark, a distressed beacon to region, legions of demons, and a high treason in a final march on my mark. Just one light shining bright enough to create the spark, cradled and given in the right intention. The hearer recognizes the bearer and readies the fight with one mighty strike of a drum. Now that note be known as one, and one, and one. I infantry has begun. All notes, all minds behind drums become one. All signs as the blinds are drawn point to the sun and give form in the praise of song. All spoken words like the words we want to become, all been sung before. First to birth we forget to soar, and what's worse we think to learn we can control our vocal cords. So we adapt old words, and with a different inflect flip the script, switch the context, that it gets labeled the obvious, passed and used as a mistruth by the common heretic, as a means to produce seeds to be raised as lawmen and barracks. They're targeting the shaman and calling them hysterics. Their war on drugs just blue rag thugs, but they call it politics. They rob us, and it's obvious, to pay for more campaigns and more lobbyists, but they haven't the foggiest idea how to resolve that iniquity. So they laugh like Cain to Abel, who was slain and labeled job security. Just another attempt to smother out the purity to cover their own insecurities. It's injusticeness that's pushing the insistent persistentness. The resistance isn't, nor is it eternal in this. The form was poured well before the claim was made. We were born into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Casper. Another cheers.
Yeah, man.
And wait, let me get this cheers on too.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Salute.
Salute.
The form was poured before the claim was made. We were born into this. I love that. and I love the ending of it, just the cheersing and like the first person videography, just holding a little camcorder or just a little camera that had the ability to record some video. And in a way, I kind of feel like that's what the end is going to be like. We're going to look at a video like this to replay these moments through our eyes and rewatch who we were and how we acted. And how many times will I be proud of my, I know pride is one of the 7 deadly sins, but how many times will I go back and replay these key moments and feel good about what I see on the screen? And how many times am I going to cringe and say, I can't believe I didn't see that. I can't believe I said that. I can't believe I acted that way. We're far from perfect creatures. The form was poured well before the claim was made. We were born into this. But that guy, that was a video. You know, I'm kind of in the mood for it. I'm feeling reminiscent. We'll get to the news. We'll get to all that stuff. But I haven't seen this guy in a while. It's been 14 years. Oh, look, there's me interviewing Mike Huckabee.
And I've been involved with the Wanna Play Fund. It's a charity that I promote on my television and radio programs. It's something I'm very passionate about. Music has been life-changing.
But yeah, I interviewed him and I didn't have a place to put it. I'm like, I got to start a page. I got to start something.
There we are.
And that's where I got the New American Media. But here's Casper again, because I'm feeling it today. And the content of all of that, they rob us, and it's obvious to pay for more campaigns and more lobbyists.
My name's Casper. I'm gonna spit this piece for you. It's called Dreams. No disclaimer necessary, I guess. Dreams. In dreams we see things we no longer see to be part of our reality. You see, we want to be these things we seem to be in our dreams, but we don't know how to be. So how do we as people see ourselves to be how these dreams seem if we can't live life proudly or not take for granted the things on this planet we're simply allowed to see? To me, it seems dreams
or take for granted the things on this planet we're simply allowed to see. Well, how much are we allowed to see?
Dreams seem if we can't live life proudly or not take for granted the things on this planet we're simply allowed to see. To me, it seems dreams are entirely fantasy, just glimpses of puzzle pieces that secretly ceases to show its entirety. It's a case of secret identity that drips like a hospital IV drops of its desire to me, turning reality into a proverbial fire to flee. Dreams. You see, dreams are the seams that are sewn into our genes by the needle of inspiration. The goals and things we cannot achieve without focusing our dedication. For how can we, if we never leave, achieve a final destination? Or without a key to what they mean, conceive a clear interpretation. Dreams. What are our dreams? A bittersweet escape that allows us to skate the thin line that separates decision and fate in the midst of this great fantasy world who when we wake we're hurled back outside the gate to wait? Or is it simply just a taste of a too good to be true place washing down the waste you and I have been commonly faced with? Dreams.
So that was the one. Where's the comment? Oh, I don't see the comment. I've replied to the comment, but now the comment's gone. Where'd the comment go? Why would the comment go away? So wait a minute, are you serious? That's amazing to hear. Can you please have us contact us? We're kind of speechless. Because that comment's disappeared. Oh, that's such a shame. I hope I have a screenshot of that somewhere. Final one, then we'll get to the news. I swear. Taos Inn was cool because it had this upstairs thing. I remember someone performed the song Hallelujah, and it just unlocked something in me. And I remember going back to the place where we were staying, and I just listened to it, and I just it brought out all sorts of emotions for me. It just unlocked something, but it was cool because they had this upper deck where you could look down on the performers.
All right, yeah, okay. I was searching there too. I was like, all right, so on request, this piece is titled Pollution. This is my newest. We need to deinstitutionalize our minds. Reconstitute this prostitute we all idolize. Yeah, okay, so she's screwing you, she's screwing your best friends, your neighbors, your whole family too. I mean, how far must the shit come round? Must we be wound before we come unglued? We spring like leaks from these damn streets, and we're proud to present to you the dirty, rotten truth. You know, with just a flush or two, even manure springs the most self-righteous truths, like Pleiadian intervention or the Dogon Sirius C. The cosmic common denominator is you in provisions of me. Pi and I rest on repeating increments of 3, but before we get too deep, a pie in the eye of the eye and I, is that like prophetic comedy or apocalyptic colostomy for the piss to insist on its blasphemy? It's just another theatrical Shakespearean tragedy. Fuck, it has to be puppet.
Theatrical Shakespearean tragedy.
Rest on repeating increments of 3, but before we get too deep,
repeating increments of 3. This is a very deep. There's so much wordplay in this stuff.
here is C. The cosmic common denominator is you in provisions of me. Pi and I rest on repeating increments of 3, but before we get too deep, a pie in the eye of the eye and I, is that like prophetic comedy or apocalyptic colostomy for the piss to insist on its blasphemy? It's just
apocalyptic.
Before we get too deep, a pie in the eye of the eye and I, is that like prophetic comedy or apocalyptic colostomy for the piss?
Apocalyptic colostomy. It's a really good word choice.
Pie in the eye of the eye and I, is that like prophetic comedy or apocalyptic colostomy for the piss to insist on its blasphemy? It's just another theatrical Shakespearean tragedy. Fuck, it has to be puppet mastery. The whole earth's convoluted and polluted with plastic factories. The fact is, you see, the popsy democracy that most of us believe, a specific breed of thieves that predominantly feed on the wayside seed to pay for way for greed. But my heart has become hardened, and in my garden, there's no need for plastic trees. Decomposition is a natural condition biodegrading blasphemy. And believe you me, this rebar in your creed is not going to save you from all them prophecies. We need to rise above this time and love. This is how the West gets won. Not bombs and jets and tanks and guns, or dollars and cents and mutual funds. You know the common misconception? The problem with our perception? All this indiscretion. We all want to leave a lasting impression, but by casting pretensions of what we want them to see, even the best of our intention become casualty, martyred, bartered to a fascist society.
Bartered to a fascist society.
We all want to leave a lasting impression, but by casting pretensions of what we want them to see, even the best of our intention become casualty, martyred, bartered to a fascist society whose ideas are used as blood diamonds to bribe scribes and pay slaves to hide lies and carry the weight. You can try to separate, but back in the day, the church was the state. It's the taxes that acts as the collection plate. You see, the fact is, the practice to vegetate is an act that acts to gravitate to the habits and hidden enslaved mind states. We're not just being lazy, we need to wake up. Crazy puppeteered oaths, cradle robbed, filling boats, pinning stripes on their coats, selling dreams of glory, honor, and hope. It's a hoax. How many graves have been made on foreign coasts? They could have been making a difference at home by guarding their door instead of their gold, instead of saving their ass instead of their soul. You see, there's more important things than going to school. But when one head turns, they all do. That's the general's rule. And more typically and specifically, non-incidentally true. There's no coincidence, there's a lack of evidence. They're straight up lying to you, vying for you, hoping you'll ride with them too while keeping eyes glued to a tube in your living room, playing Please Stay Tuned. And now, a word from our sponsors. Are you always tired, angry, or easily bothered? Do you feel your whole life is being spent on something that doesn't matter? You can be like thousands of others who suffer from an over-excess anxiety disorder, with no test specs necessary to process your order. You are not alone. Just pick up the phone, give us a call, we'll begin to solve your all with prescription-strength Placibanol. Just one pill, 3 times a day. Watch your worries get lifted away, and if you call today with this limited time offer, all you'll pay 3 easy payments of $19.99 and a piece of your soul as a consolation prize. So give us a call. All lines are open. Our 24-hour representatives will stand by hoping that your inner codependencies keep us floating. Side effects may vary. Some terms and conditions may apply. Sorry, no CODs. Must be at least 18 years old to enter. Thank you.
So I enjoyed that and a lot of those themes. I mean, from martyring to the conspiracies. Yeah. It just took me down a trip of all this just took me on a trip down memory lane. That first video is what set it off, because it was like, you know, maybe the public execution of Stephen is what got Saul to turn into Paul, to convert and start his fellowship, and like it changed something in him. He decided right there, like, I'm in. Whatever happened there, I'm against that. I'm in. I'm all in against that. I saw the demon, and I will stand opposed to it. He speaks too fast for me to understand, or my brain isn't functioning properly at the moment. It could be both. It's fair. It could be both. I'm glad you're talking about him and not talking about me, because some days I can move it. All right. let's pull back our Instagram feed. Please hit like, please hit subscribe, please share the show. Yep, there's where that came from, though. Like I took us on a side path, but that's where the new American media began. I knew I needed to do something. I knew I needed to get some main character action. I needed to step on the field. I wanted to play. I didn't want to be on the sidelines. I want to play. I practiced that whole off season so that I could play football. I don't want to sit and watch it. Put me on the field. Let me play. Let me battle. Let's go. And I think a lot of people watched what we watched last week, and we're never going to let it go now. Someone said, and when the day comes that I'm no longer here, don't cry for me. Don't worry about me. I'm a Christian. You can't kill me. I'm just going to change my address. Forget who said that. I don't know if it was a Billy Graham or the Franklin Graham or somebody. I don't know, but there's so many versions of these, but you can't kill a Christian. You have a change of address, you know? And it's like, if you get judged on your time on this planet, what are you going to be able to say it is that you did? Did you try? Did you participate a little bit? Did you help spread information? Did you help spread truth? Did you help fight the fight in your way peacefully? While they openly call to attack us. All right, Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson reportedly admitted something in his Discord chat 2 hours before being turned in. Let's take a listen on Fox, if there's volume.
Posted on Discord from Charlie Kirk's suspected assassin hours before, after the murder, but hours before his father turned him in to authorities in Utah. This is Washington Post reporting on this at this point. Justice correspondent David Spunt joining me now live from Washington. Hi, David. What can you tell us?
Hi, Martha. About 2 hours before he was turned into authorities, this according to the Washington Post. We are working to independently confirm this as well, but the Washington Post says that Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old suspect charged in Charlie Kirk's murder, confessed, and I want to read this according to the Washington Post, writing on Discord, that social media chat group that the FBI says he used, quote, "Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this." This coming from the Washington Post. Now, this comes as DOJ officials began late last week and over the weekend looking at the potential for at least one federal charge. No guarantee they'll get there. A department spokesperson declined comment, but a source familiar said investigators are not ruling anything out at this time, especially his online gaming presence, his chats, as we just mentioned. Who was he talking to?
Of a confession posted on Discord from Charlie.
Yeah. So was there an actual Discord chat or was there not? All this information is a little wonky coming out. So Mike Cernovich reminds us of this one. Hey, do you remember when the pipe bombs that were left on January 5th in D.C.? Do you remember the pipe bombs that were left on January 5th in D.C. and found on January 6th the next day? No one in D.C. has Ring cameras. No one has a Tesla with Sentry mode. No cameras were around DNC or RNC headquarters. It's a mystery, huh? No idea who planted pipe bombs here and for what purpose. If they couldn't get MAGA supporters to go inside the Capitol to try to gin up some sort of insurrection, which it never was. If Trump voters were told to go have an insurrection, I think they would have brought their tools with them. And maybe they did bring their tools with them, but nobody used them. Not a single MAGA supporter used a tool to overthrow anything. So what were the pipe bombs for? Is that what was going to happen? If they're planned to entrap MAGA supporters, funnel them in, press them in, start firing tear gas, open up the doors, let people in, and most of them just peacefully walked around and took pictures and walked out. A couple people, one guy picked up a lectern and moved it 40 feet. Oh, the humanity. It's totally an insurrection, you guys. See, Trump's disqualified. He did an insurrection. No. Yeah, the pipe bomber story is still relevant. J6 was meant to cause a civil war, but their plan didn't work, says Cranium Smasher. They wanted total chaos, and by the grace of God, those pipe bombs didn't go off. The Democrats made January 6th seem like the end of the world because their plan didn't go the way they wanted it to. Who's behind it and what are they pushing? Here's Glenn Beck.
How many people on Earth
How many on Earth this week became a Christian? On the killing field, they saw that and said, I wasn't before, but I think I understand what it means. I want to hear Glenn Beck, but he's got piano music that'll hit a copyright flag for me.
Abraham Lincoln said,
I'm not a Christian. 6, 7, 8 years old. He'd get in trouble and his dad would get drunk and he would take his belt and he would whip him while quoting scriptures. There's nothing that makes somebody want to be a Christian more than that. So Abraham Lincoln rejected Christianity, and he said later in life, when I became president, I wasn't really a Christian. When my son died, I wasn't a Christian. I didn't become a Christian until Gettysburg. It happened in the summer, and we think, oh, Abraham Lincoln went there right after. Or he went up a couple of months later. They cleared all the fields and buried all the dead. He comes in November, and there were still stacking bodies up like cordwood. Imagine the scene. Imagine the smell of Gettysburg. He says, that's when I became a Christian. That event brought him to his knees, where he begged the Lord and said, what is it that you want me to do? Just tell me. We're losing the war like crazy. He issues a proclamation and a request for the nation to go into prayer and fasting and humiliation, meaning asking God for forgiveness for all of our sins. And he basically said, whatever God wants, this was wrong. We did it. Let's pray, fast, and beg for our forgiveness. And that's how we won. It was the moment of Gettysburg. It's maybe the moment of Gettysburg in our generation. The number of people who are saying, I'm committing to Christ, going to church, going to change. It's sweeping the nation, sweeping the world. This was indeed a turning point. I really want to just let you hear their words. All right, well, Tucker's asking questions, and this was Tucker talking with Ted Cruz down there in Texas. You remember this one, calling him out on Israel.
Commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. I know the verse that Tucker Carlson.
There's a lot of people say that, and even my uncle was saying that. I'm like, hold on. And this dude, Kirk Cameron, he's like, hold on, I know the verse, but that's not what it is, Ted Cruz.
Talking about in Genesis, actually, it doesn't say Israel. It says that those who bless you, Abraham, this was before Israel, will be blessed by God, and those who curse you, Abraham, will be cursed by God. Jesus demystifies who the children of Abraham actually are, and Paul absolutely clarifies it. For not all who are born into the nation of Israel are truly members of God's people. Well, that sounds like it contradicts what Ted Cruz just said. Being descendants of Abraham doesn't make them truly Abraham's children.
Please, bear with me here, because I had no idea that Charlie Kirk was essentially a pastor. Probably, I don't want to. I didn't fully understand what Turning Point USA has been up to for the past 14 years entirely. But as you watch these, he's really just kind of breaking down the Bible and discussing public policy from a biblical perspective. He was a pastor. He was a preacher. That's who got shot. Except, there's some other public figures who have very checkered backgrounds and very troubled pasts and accusations and known misdeeds who were lionized, tossed into sainthood, essentially. But this is all connected right now. We're getting to the Candace Owens thing. Everything is circling around the Bible right now. I usually avoid these topics. I really have. I don't like talking about race. I find it to be super pointless and super divisive. And for 40 years, I've just been told I'm in the wrong because of what I look like. I'm like, isn't that racist? Am I crazy? Or like you treating me in a very racist way while trying to cover your ass, say, no, see, I'm anti-racist. See, I'm anti-fascist. You're fascist because of what you look like or because of your genitals or who you're deciding to, you know what, we're going to make up a slur for you. We're going to call you cis. Call me whatever you want. I'm not going to answer to it. I'm not a cis. You made up a word. Good for you. I've never liked talking about it, and I definitely do not like talking about Israel because, you know, like I said before, that Jenna Marbles skit. My roommate forgot to wash the dishes. Thanks, Obama. Pregnant again. Thanks, Obama. Oh, my dog took a crap on my carpet. Thanks, Obama. And it was this whole hilarious video, this Thanks, Obama video, Jenna Marbles. It was so good. I mean, literally, let me not use that word. I don't like that word. If your waitress puts the order into the system wrong and the wrong thing comes out, thanks, Israel. If your soup comes out, but it's cold, my soup's cold. Thanks, Israel. Oh, this guy's driving slow in the fast lane on the freeway. Thanks, Israel. You know, it's like everything wrong on earth, according to some people, is Israel. Just like the Jenna Marbles skit. Thanks, Obama. Although, what if they're right? We're going to get to Candace. I promise. We're going to get to Candace. But there is this dispute now. What does it mean about God and Israel and chosen people? That comedian I played yesterday, she goes, what are you doing, Christians? If Jews are God's chosen people, why do you exist? Then why did you pick the wrong team? What are you doing? And I was like, shit, I've never heard someone say it that way. And that was eye-opening. Unholy Hook says Ted Cruz is wrong. He is an embarrassment. Yeah, Cruz, his luster, his shine has dimmed quite a bit. Danette says, I'm proud of you. To me, it's the bride of Christ, the church. It's all who is covered in the Holy Spirit. I love Candace.
It sounds like he's saying not all of Israel is really Israel just because they're Jewish. Israel didn't have a nation or a land to call their own for almost 2,000 years since the destruction of the temple in the year 70 AD. The nation of Israel was recreated through some political operatives after World War II. So
1947.
In that almost 2,000 year period, what did it even mean to bless Israel or to curse Israel? There was no Israel per se. I think the scripture makes it clear that it's about whether you're blessing or cursing the true children of Abraham, those who believe the promises of the gospel.
We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel.
I know.
So this conversation is happening everywhere. My politics in 2016, here you go, make America great again. My politics in 2025.
Are sons of those who murdered the prophets.
Sons of those who have murdered the prophets. I don't know, what is this from? There was a fairly recent Jesus thing that came out, some movie or some series.
You serpents!
You serpents.
You brood of vipers!
You brood of vipers. Huh.
How will you escape being condemned to hell?
How will you escape being condemned to hell? What is the name of this series? I'm scrolling to see if you can find it. The comment, you can't vote your way out of this mess. Comment, the lion has awakened in me. This comment, Jesus is the man. There he is flipping the money tables, flipping the changing tables. He doesn't like the bankers.
You will have no choice but to follow the law of Moses.
You will have no choice, they tell him, but to follow the law of Moses. Okay.
I am the law of Moses.
Christ, the superhero.
Seen enough.
Yeah, I can't play too much without
Sons of the...
Yeah, people have been activated. That much is certain. Let me hit refresh. I had different stories up here. There we go. Let's get to them. Here is Megyn Kelly talking with Dan Bongino. There's reports that there's there's some fighting going on. There's some infighting. Knives are out, they say, regarding Kash Patel. Well, what's Bongino want us to remember and think about? Where's the volume? There we go.
Fox News report by Jackie Henrich, the White House correspondent, who says you and Kash are under fire, political fire, that she reports the White House, Pam Bondi, Todd Blanchard, deputy, have no confidence in Kash Patel, citing one source. Pam in particular cannot stand him, Blanche either, they said, referring to Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche. Bondi and Blanche denied the characterization. White House officials denied any plans to remove Director Patel. But the headline is that knives are out for Kash Patel. It ends with something about you, Dan, saying three sources also point out Dan Bongino's days are more likely numbered than Patel's, as he threatened to quit amid fallout from the Epstein feud with Bondi. I want to give you a chance to comment on those two pieces.
So just to be clear, I've read the report. I spoke to Jackie. Everyone on the record you just cited, on the record, said the exact opposite. The story's what? Knives are, where are the knives? Who's holding the knives? The knives are out. You know, Megyn, we've been here. I've been here 6 months. The director's been here 7. We've moved 1,000 agents out into the field. We finally found an FBI headquarters building after 20 years of fighting. We've rescued 200 kids in VCAC, violent crimes against children case. We've arrested cases. We've arrested over 800 sexual predators in Operation Restoring Justice. We engaged in a massive nationwide manhunt for violent fugitives in Operation Not Forgotten. We've arrested now between illegal immigrants and violent felons during Operation Summer Heat and our emergency removal operations with our DHS and ICE partners. Tens of thousands of people. The violent crime rate is dropping to historic lows. We've had Operation Viper ongoing for a long time in conjunction with the White House in Memphis, something I can tell you on your show today. The White House, the Department of Justice and Kash and I got together early, and we've been engaged in this summer heat violent crime effort. You have 4 of 10 FBI's most wanted. We've dealt with the LA riots, the Coeur d'Alene shooting, the attack on the Minnesota lawmakers. We've dealt with school shootings, the Palm Springs incident, the Boulder, Colorado attack, public corruption cases. We have had epic disclosures in the transparency front on things you never would have seen. If the White House was unhappy and President Trump was unhappy, you and I have known the president a long time. You really believe the president's not just going to call? And just to be clear, I don't mean to get personal, but you know the president like I do. Do you think he's the type to not call you? So I'm a little skeptical of garbage reporting about unnamed sources who may not like what I just told you, who are saying, oh my gosh, the knives are out, when everybody on the record is saying, what are you talking about? Everything's going great.
I got to ask you about this Fox News report by Jackie Henrich, the White House correspondent, who says you and Kash are under fire, political fire, that she reports the White House, Pam Bondi, Todd Blanchard, deputy, have no confidence in Kash Patel.
All right. So he laid out a list of accomplishments, and some of those are really good things for sure.
Wouldn't it be crazy if they...
Oh, there's music. I can't play it.
No, let's talk about something that's real. This is Congressman Brian Mast. Wouldn't it be crazy?
It's $1 million a year from pro-Israel lobby. He's the guy that put forward the bill last year, which would have given IDF soldiers, Americans who joined the IDF, the same benefits they would get as if they joined the American military. Why are we the same military? Why do we seem like the same country? Are they our 51st state, or are we their 50 states? What in the hell is going on?
I've never even heard of something like that.
So that happened. And would it be crazy if you just put forward another bill in a real doozy of a bill? Marco Rubio, revoke your citizenship? If you criticize the state of is not real? Tried to warn y'all that ICE was more than it seems. Get ready. News updates for real says. Wouldn't it also be crazy if your Secretary of State is literally in Israel right now, chilling with his tiny hat on his head? He's with his real boss. Wouldn't it also be crazy if YouTube took down a video where Charlie Kirk questioned whether Israel issued a stand-down order? Wouldn't that be crazy? Tyler Robinson is saying he's innocent and didn't shoot anyone. What is this according to? Cox told ABC News. What is this? Tyler Robinson, the suspect in the murder of Charlie Kirk, has pled not guilty and is refusing to cooperate with investigators, Utah Governor Spencer Cox said. But everyone around him is cooperating. Cox said, what? And Candace Owens says this, Charlie Kirk was fighting with some very powerful billionaires that he took money from over things he was discussing. The pressure on him was immense over the last 2 weeks. The truth will be revealed, the messages will be leaked, and the movement he built will rise up. There's one video I tried to play, and it would not let me. Here's Charlie on Real America's Voice, the network I once reported for a day over in the Bronx at the Trump rally.
And Jewish donors.
There's music. It says Jewish donors have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews, and now it's coming for Jews. And they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, the movies, Hollywood, all of it. It's like time for you guys to wake up and say no more. Draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you hate me. He drew a line in the sand, and it seems like somebody hated him. I mean, this guy that's allegedly, this Tyler, who's not cooperating, allegedly, but people around him are. Is he the real guy or a patsy? Thanks, Obama. Here's Steve Bannon trying to make sense of this. I might have played this a couple days ago, but it's still super important. I'm told that the reason
that the video and what Michael Savage says and others about jumping off the roof is that he's got a gun in his hand and he drops the gun to the ground, the rifle. That's what when you confront him on that video, it said, "Oh, you guys are missing it. He actually has the rifle. He hasn't taken it apart. He drops the rifle down, and then hides it." So as an exercise, maybe during the next break or right now, pull it up. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. It's just too fuzzy. I don't know, but the timeline makes no sense. Now they're putting out.
I told you in one of those, it almost looked like he did have it, but maybe that was the bag that he slung over his shoulder. But it almost looked like as he spun, you could see a straight black line. I don't know. We'll have to enhance.
That video that they got the guy walking around in shorts in the, because he had two costumes and walking around, or two sets of clothes walking around in the neighborhoods. Yet CNN played today again. CNN played the doorbell video we saw the other day where he's walking stiff-legged like he's got a rifle or part of a barrel or something in his pants. He's very stiff-legged. They played it again. So clearly that has not been refuted by the authorities. This is why this morning, first off, over the weekend, shifting this now not to a single murder, but actually to an investigation of a conspiracy. And as President Trump says, many investigations. He talked the other day about Soros in in an investigation, the source involvement, all of it, I think you're going to see a much more sophisticated, much broader investigation into this. But, and today was a start. Cash and others went on the talk shows, particularly Fox, and they're putting out new information, DNA on the gun, all of that. But what we need is a daily, daily meaning every day. And if you can't start today because it's too late, then start tomorrow. But every day we should have a briefing by the FBI and the Justice Department. And I understand if Cash and Pam have more things to do, then have other professionals do it. But take the center of gravity out of Utah and put it in Washington, D.C. with federal authorities. And you can still have, if you need to, zoom those guys in or cut to part of it, and maybe they could do part of it out in Utah. But have central authority where we really know. And let's get a timeline down. Let's get it down so Michael Savage feels better, right? And Steve Bannon says, okay, now I do see the gun. I missed it for the, 2,000 times I watched that video. I missed it because I'm still missing it, and maybe it's accurate. But I don't understand the doorbell. And the car wasn't impounded. You haven't rolled up any of the Discord chat. It seems like we're being spoon-fed a narrative. And this audience is not going to take it. And we're not going to allow the martyr, Charlie Kirk, to have a situation like a grassy knoll that decades and decades and decades later we're still arguing about this. We got to get to the bottom of it and get to the bottom of it now. And it's a national priority to get to the bottom of it now. We owe it to the widow, to the children, to Charlie Kirk, his memory, and to the nation to get to the bottom of this and do it now. I'm told.
I agree with that. More Kirk.
I'm not going to be a spectator.
That's sort of what I was telling you. And there's stupid piano in it. I hate that it's making me dislike music. That might be the worst part. He was a hypocrite, though. That was the worst part. Really? I thought it was all the raping. That's a Norm Macdonald joke. That's the worst part. Well, I don't think that was the worst part. Charlie says, I don't want to be a spectator.
I'm going to give it my all.
I'm going to give it my all. And that's my call to action to you, to be an activist and participate for righteousness, for goodness, for truth, and for beauty, not to just sit idly by and say, yep, it's all over. Jesus, zap me up, hurry up. I don't think that's biblical. That's not why Christ gave us the Great Commission. Be salt, light, salt, change the environments they come in contact with. And we're called to change some pretty dark times. We're very blessed to live in such a time as this. So don't be a participant, be a main character. Get some main character energy. And yeah, that means you might comma ... Yeah, I think we're supposed to be participants. Jack Posobiec has thoughts.
How many more friends do I have to bury until we can stop this? No, because I'm not burying any more friends. I'm not leaving any more people. No, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to the next level, and we're going to the J.D. Vance level. That's what we're doing, because the organizations are out there. The people who had pre-knowledge of this are out there. Go read the Free Beacon. Go read the article. You can see the tweets are all up. I haven't addressed this. I've seen it all. And the people mocking, the shaming, the humiliating will continue. Call all their employers, every last one. Do not stop calling. Mayor Giuliani, America's mayor, is a patriot. He has been calling them personally. Keep it up. Keep it all up. Violent left-wing extremists did this. They assassinated a good, innocent man. And this cancerous ideology will be stopped. How many more friends do I have to bury?
Yeah. It is a war, people. They declared it. And I really wish that was the sermon that I received, is something about the battle. I didn't want to hear about making peace with demons. I didn't want to hear about, well, what about ism? Well, didn't something happen over there in Minnesota? See, it's on both sides. Shut up. Don't you dare give me both sides on the week of Iryna Zarutska. The only thing that would have blown that from the headlines. Something as atrocious as this. All right, so let's break this down. Jackson Hinkle says, now, curious to get your thoughts on this. What can you debunk on this? Jackson says, this is every Israeli connection to Charlie Kirk's assassination so far. He was groomed by Israel as a teenager. I don't know if that's true. He was Israel's top non-Jewish loyalist. I don't think he was loyal. I've heard him questioning a ton of stuff. He starts mildly criticizing Israel. Is this every Israeli connection or just the timeline? I'm trying to understand the post. He starts mildly criticizing Israel. He said Epstein was Mossad. He said no Iran war on behalf of Israel. Lobbied Trump against the Iranian war. Trump barked back at him over Iran. He said Israel had full control of Trump. He referred to Netanyahu as a bully. Charlie feared Israel would kill him. Harrison Smith posts about Kirk's fear. Netanyahu requests Charlie visit Israel. Netanyahu offers TPUSA huge funding. Charlie refused Netanyahu's funding offer. He became disgusted with Netanyahu. Charlie let anti-Zionists speak at his events. Zionist media starts attacking him. Zionist donors threaten to defund TPUSA. By the way, they're doing the same to Thomas Massey. By all accounts, a pretty good dude, although he's really going against Trump a ton, which makes you wonder, is he a wolf in sheep's clothing? Or is he just so ideological that he's helping the Democrats stop the positive aspects of this administration? I don't know. I generally look toward Thomas Massey as a guiding light of, libertarian ideals. But when you have to work in government, I think a little bit of pragmatism could be healthy. I don't think Thomas agrees with that. Doesn't make him wrong. It doesn't make him bad. It really makes him a tool of the deep state. It makes him a tool of the Democrats sometimes, blocking things. So yeah, Zionist media starts attacking him just like they've done to Thomas Massey. Zionist donors threaten to defund TPUSA. Zionist donors demand that Charlie Kirk ban Tucker Carlson. Donors cut him off and launch attacks. Laura Loomer says Charlie Kirk backstabbed Trump. Zionist FBI director fires the chief of Utah FBI. Oh boy. He has anti-Israel interviews with Ben Shapiro. Charlie does. Ben Shapiro attacks Charlie Kirk on Mark Levin. Charlie was combative in a meeting with Israeli rabbi. Before 9/10, unusual people visited shooter. Oh, okay. Before the day of the attack, unusual people visited the shooter. The visitors had out-of-state license plates. The visitors did not give off a good vibe. Charlie was shot in the jugular from 200 yards away, allegedly. An unidentified man runs in the crowd with a pistol. I haven't seen that report. Police arrest the patsy claiming to be the shooter. Patsy yells, "Shoot me," during the arrest. 9/11 propaganda video surfaces of the patsy. Actual shooter flees without a trace. Netanyahu tweets within minutes. Israeli media are the first to confirm Charlie's death. Private jet takes off 12 minutes away. Private jet disables location monitoring. Jet is owned by Chabad Lubavitch, donor. Netanyahu posts about Charlie's Israel trip. FBI says foreign intel is assisting the investigation. FBI claims they have photos of the shooter. FBI claims shooter wore tactical gear. Assembled gun was found in a wooded area. No photos exist of the shooter with the gun. No photos exist of the shooter in tactical gear. Zionists go on social media blitz about Charlie Kirk. Netanyahu goes on a media blitz about Charlie Kirk. Netanyahu says there was an Islamist behind the shooting. Like, seriously, what the fuck was that about? Guys, if you're not getting frustrated, angry, activated by some of this shit, why would Benjamin Netanyahu get on air, go do a global campaign? Oh, maybe he only did one interview. You can't call that a global campaign. What an odd thing to say. Why are you telling us that you had nothing to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Why are you trying to tell us that this was, what was this? An Islamist was behind the shooting. Based on what? Based on what? We don't know. FBI shooter. Okay, hold on. Islamist. Netanyahu says that Israel didn't kill Kirk. Netanyahu reads Kirk's pro-Israel letter. Kirk's pro-Israel letter, the one that Candace Owens says is not accurate, calling you out directly as a scumbag liar, trying to seize control of the moment and convince people that Charlie was your friend and maybe you've made enemies of Charlie. Tucker says that Charlie was at war with Israel. By the way, Candace calls on Netanyahu to publish that letter. Cernovich says Charlie Kirk was at war with his donors. Gray Zone drops an article with a Trump insider. Insider confirms Charlie Kirk's war with Israel. Insider confirms Trump was fearful of Israel. Insider confirms Mossad spying on Trump. Trump insiders don't buy the official FBI story. Trump insiders say outside forces killed Charlie Kirk. But I'm sure it was just some random liberal kid. So does any of this add up? Oh, when you lay it out like that. All right, here are my thoughts right now, says this post, but I like it. My thoughts right now. Too many people brag about refraining from politics, but that silence is exactly what got us here. No more hiding. No more shrinking back because someone might not like or agree with what you believe or say. Our country doesn't need more quiet and meek citizens. It needs boldness from more morally sound human beings. Charlie's message is clear. Speak up, stand firm, and stop backing down. America needs us rooted in courage now more than ever. What happened to our kids? Well,
our kids. I'm like, well, you gave them to the government for their entire childhood. You saw them at dinner and you attended their sporting events, but the government raised your kids. And social media helped. And video games or whatever, but you saw them every day, but you didn't raise them. You didn't log enough hours each day to counteract all the poison and time wasting and ideological propagandistic crap that they were getting fed year after year after year. And so millennial generation and now Gen Z has gone woke. And we feel like, oh, what happened to my daughter? We raised him better than that. No, I mean this in love, but you didn't raise him at all. Damn. That hurts to say because I know it hurts people to hear. And we trusted that they were being taught good information that wasn't undermining our values. But there's been a psyop in play for decades, which is undermining our values and waging war against the family unit.
There you go. Are you raising your kids or is someone else doing it? Here's a former Democrat strategist, Lindy Lee. You know, whenever something happens, say, well, what if this was the other way around? It's always a very crucial thought experiment. It's not quite whataboutism. It's just, let me get the perspective on this. What if this was the opposite? What would be different? And if that's very telling, then it's very telling and it's worth pointing out. So Lindy Lee points it out here.
If the roles had been reversed, we would have had Antifa 2.0. Cities would be on fire. They burned down my street 4 years, 5 years ago. They would have done that. And they're the ones accusing conservatives of hate. They're the ones whose words have turned into bullets. They're the ones why a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old no longer have their daddy. How do you explain that to a child? That their father is no longer going to come home because somebody happened to disagree with what he was saying. It's just completely incomprehensible to me, and conservatives from around the world, and it's not just in the United States, we see in the United Kingdom as well, across Europe, across the globe, people are coming together in prayer, not pitchforks. And that is a fundamental difference between the left and conservatives. If the roles had been reversed, we would have had Antifa 2.0, city.
Yep. Let me verify this video. Let me ask this. Is there a BB video where he said to turn off the video and the video kept recording? What is the translation of what was said? There we go. Grok is thinking hard on this one. Yes, there's a well-known video, then out of office. Translation. TLDR translation. Too long, didn't read. Okay, this is Grok is double verifying what this video is. I've never watched this before. Maybe that's my mistake. Maybe I should have.
In this video, he is no longer the prime minister. At a settler's house in the living room, he tells the boy, turn off the video camera. And the boy either fails to turn it off or he...
I feel like there's music here. Either turns it off and it doesn't go off, or he deliberately turns it back on, keeps rolling. Netanyahu keeps blabbing. Netanyahu then ridicules the U.S. and says, let me tell you something about America. Okay? America is a thing that is easily moved. Especially today with the U.S. America is something that you can easily maneuver.
80% of them support us. It's
80% support us. It's absurd. And even if they say something, then they say something. So what? 80% of Americans support us. It's absurd. Not afraid of Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton said yada, 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 Area C. And I said, okay, Bill, but then you know what I did? I made it where Area C is this huge military area, 2/3 of the West Bank. Haha. Look, I wasn't afraid to confront and maneuver the Clinton administration. Oh, everything started speeding up. What did I do? I think I clicked a button accidentally. According to Grok, it says Bibi deceived the U.S. on peace deals. I deceived the Americans. The Oslo Accords, a big mistake. It was just a trick to stall. Israel should use harsh force. We beat them up, the Palestinians, repeatedly until it's unbearable. The full clip is on YouTube under Netanyahu 2001 hidden camera. Hey, can we talk about 9/11? Who caused that? Hey, let's go check on Blue Sky, where all the libs are hanging out.
Blue Sky is a scum! If you don't know what Blue Sky is, it's essentially like a sanctuary for liberals. And as all their tweets are getting taken down on X, they're all going on Blue Sky. And if you can see from the multitude of posts, they're already targeting their next people. Half of these are saying J.K. Rowling, who is a very avid anti-trans activist and author of the Harry Potter series. But the fact that they're targeting her says a lot to me about that kind of community. But you can also see names like Ben Shapiro, Joe Rogan, Matt Walsh, Trump, obviously. But this is just crazy that
It's on. They've declared a war. They're publicly naming names and targeting people. It's on right now.
we literally just lost somebody and we already have evidence of who they are targeting next. Anybody who sees threats to any new political or public figure, please report it to the FBI, because otherwise we're just going to get into another Charlie Kirk situation. I hope the FBI is doing a better job now. Like, we need to stop these kind of things from happening before it happens. What a load of scum! Apple shut down Blue Sky ASAP. Not Rocky! Blue Sky is a scum! If you
That's how that guy talks. What's his name? Brand Domino Effect. So yeah, I guess 5 NFL teams did not take a moment to recognize Charlie Kirk and call for an end to political violence. Those 5 teams are the Detroit Lions, Indianapolis Colts, Bengals, Ravens, Vikings. Let me just double check with Grok. Let me do a second check. And this is all still not a not the end of the story, but it's it's at least a second place to check. Which NFL teams fumbled by not having a Charlie Kirk moment of silence? I'm very judgy in my questions. Ravens, Bengals, Lions, Colts, Vikings. All right, so Grok is double confirming that. Shame on them. Jamie Lee Curtis had thoughts on the Charlie situation.
Agreed with him on almost every.
She disagreed with him on almost everything.
Point I ever heard him say.
Yeah.
But I believe he was a man of faith.
Mm.
And I hope in that moment when he died that he felt connected to his faith, even though I find his ideas were abhorrent to me.
Yeah.
I still believe he's a.
What ideas were abhorrent? I got a family member that's yapping and I'm dealing with, and I'm just going, this person's like, yeah, I've been watching Charlie Kirk for a while now because he's been so dangerous. Dangerous? What do you mean dangerous? He's never preached the violence that the left has preached, ever. Not a single time. What's abhorrent about his, like what? You're going to misquote something and say, take something out of context and think that you're scoring points? Because I've seen the best arguments the libs have, and they're not good arguments. They think that these quotes prove something, but they didn't take the quote in full context. They don't have an understanding of what the point of it was. Just like when President Trump said, and I'm not talking about this group or that group. There were very fine people here on both sides that said, get rid of that statue. Just keep the statue. Oh, Trump's a Nazi. Trump's a Nazi. Trump's a Nazi. You don't hate the lying legacy media enough. I don't know, just what was abhorrent?
Father and a husband and a man of faith, and I hope whatever connection to God means that he felt it.
It shook her up. So take a look at this. The old man who falsely claimed that he shot Charlie Kirk is a known gadfly. A known gadfly. Whatever that means. Known gadfly. The known political agitator, according to the New York Post, who falsely confessed to shooting Charlie Kirk while he was in the audience. At the Conservative Stars event, told investigators he was trying to draw attention from the real shooter. According to a report, court records revealed George Zinn, 71, a known gadfly, was led away from Utah Valley University in handcuffs after the assassination last Wednesday. The cops were told he was trying to distract them from the real assassin. Why would you let this guy back out? Actually, that's a good point. Let me ask about Zen, because I just saw an update on Zen. False confession. After his initial detention, he was released pending further review, but readmitted to the hospital. He was interviewed about the shooting. When asked for consent to search his phone, Zinn initially refused, admitting he used it to look at child SA material. He relented, and the phone was seized by Utah County Sheriff's deputies. Really? What a shocker. Lunatic that's going to jump up and try to give cover to an assassin is also a CA, an abuser. A gadfly is like a barfly? An annoying pest? Over 20 illegal images depicting child stuff involving minors around 5 years old in explicit poses. Conversations with individuals purported to be underage girls discussing acts. 4 counts of child exploitation of a minor. Obstruction of justice for a fake confession, which delayed the manhunt. Politically conservative, leaning libertarian activists with mental health issues. Arrested for trespassing, disorderly conduct, disruptions at events, protest speeches, Sundance film. This is the guy that appeared in a 9/11 documentary. How are you going to be at both of these events? Oh, and Grok is sure to say false claims say he was a shooter tied to Zionist conspiracies. Broader context, held without bond. Okay. So there's more to this. This guy is exactly who he looks like, which is what a lot of the Democrat men that are left in that party look like. Nick, hello, Nick, says, hey, y'all, I'm working right now, but wanted to drop by and say legal consequences to speech is not free speech, and there's no such thing as hate speech. Don't give in to the madness. Good point. I think I replied saying something like that. There is no such thing as hate speech. What that streamer Destiny did, he should be arrested for because it was a specific call to violence. Specific hit list that people need to be scared of being taken out. When you're calling for specific violence, that's a criminal act. Hate speech, you don't need a law for a Second Amendment to protect liked speech. You do for unpopular speech. I agree. Is he a paid actor, this Zen? I mean, Nick saying, notice how there are no images of the bullet casings. I haven't seen any images yet. Of course, we're less than a week into investigation, and how much info do you really want to put out immediately? It stinks to high heaven. Here's some kids who went to a school board meeting protesting a teacher speaking horribly about Charlie Kirk. By the way, I think if people are laughing and mocking and having a good old time, because I think that by acting that way, you're saying it's okay that it happens to the next person and you want it to happen to more people. You're really encouraging it. And while that might not be specifically into crime territory, I don't think you should be anywhere near kids, teaching kids. In our medical profession, where you would let me die because I have the wrong opinion. Oh, trust me, there have been stories that we've covered over the months and years about nurses bragging how they kill white people. They let them die. They kill them. They give them the wrong amounts. They withhold things. And they get a kick out of it because white people have been so demonized. There has not been some massive campaign to demonize other groups in this country in decades. That stuff's long gone. Oh, what about the King? What about them? I've never met one. I've never seen one in person. Like they're like Bigfoot. I've seen grainy images a couple of times. What about the, what do they call them? What are those feds called? Patriot Front. What about the feds? That's not any movement. That's fucking psyop. Yeah, well, you're demonizing Mexicans because of the border. We share a border with Mexico, and everybody from every country is coming across the Mexico border. It's the U.S. border, and we need to secure it and check IDs of everybody, not just Mexicans. Wrong again. Yeah, well, what about Muslims? If you want to come to America and assimilate with the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, cool. If you want to come here and push Sharia that's going to throw gays off of roofs and cover women up like a 65 Mustang in your garage all day in 100-degree heat because you can't control your own impulses if you see a woman's shoulder, that's not compatible in America. That's a non-compatible legal system here. That's not demonization, that's definition. No, the one campaign that the Democrats have been pushing, unfortunately, too successfully for too long, has been to demonize white people, Christians, straight people, men, or, I got the quadfecta. Is that a thing? There's a trifecta and then a quadfecta. That's not a thing. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Yeah. Anyway, here's some kids, because these people need to be away from abusing kids with their propaganda and away from the medical profession for sure. Unhinged, celebrating assassinations. That's not something that private employers should really want.
We've decided to come up and give our perspective on the subject.
There's music. I can't play it. No matter what anyone says to me, I'll never stand for violence, especially if that man was publicly murdered in front of his wife, one of his children, thousands of students and bystanders. Charlie was not a racist. He didn't hurt anyone sexually, didn't kill anyone. Therefore, this was not a justified death. It should have never been celebrated. If you ask me, Charlie's children do not deserve to grow up without their father. His wife doesn't deserve to lose her husband. He didn't deserve to lose his life for a different opinion, but this teacher deserves to lose his job. As civilians and people of a great country, we hold ourselves to a higher standard than to support, or worse yet, rejoice in violence. Someone who advocated for an arrested murder, assassinator of the greatest debaters, free speakers of our time, should have no place in the classroom, more so around young children. As a student, Barrington High, I do not feel comfortable or safe with one of our teachers supporting violence. We believe this world needs God because something as cruel as this should never be celebrated. God bless Charlie Kirk and rest in peace. It looks like one black kid, maybe a white kid in the back. Don't know what this guy is. Yeah. The radical violent teachers need to go. All right, here is Scott Jennings on CNN.
When someone is murdered, particularly for those of us who are political actors and we're in the political system, when someone's murdered, and for whatever reason, I don't know exactly what the motivations were of the guy in Minnesota. It sounds like he had some mental problems. But whatever, it doesn't really matter. We should say, this is wrong. People should not be murdered. People who are in public service should not have to fear being murdered. And people like Charlie Kirk, who were doing nothing more than engaging in what we always say we should do, talk to each other and engage in civil discourse, they should not have to fear violent reprisals. That's what everyone should say. But in the case of these people who are being fired from their jobs, I mean, you know, we're kind of tiptoeing around it here, but, you know, I can read some of them out loud if you want. These people were not online saying, well, I disagree with Charlie Kirk. They were online saying the world is better off without him. They were online saying, you know, his wife, in this case, she's a sick F word for marrying him. I don't care about her feelings. We're better off living in a world without a disgusting psychopath. That's who we're talking about here. And I'll tell you one more thing that's on my mind tonight, and conservatives everywhere. The idea that people are saying, well, he was an extremist, or he was a racist, or he was a Nazi, or a misogynist, whatever. Therefore, we could get around to rationalizing it. Charlie Kirk was a mainstream conservative Republican. He had views that are held by tens of millions of people, including more than half the country in the last election. So if you're online saying this is justified, what you're actually saying is half the country I live in, there's some justification to commit violence or murder against them. And that's what is concerning about the people who are doing this. And that's why I don't think anybody is losing any sleep about these folks not being able to teach our children.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think when someone is murdered.
Yep. The best thing about this clip is that we don't have to hear Caitlin Collins speak. For real. I think there's music in this, but this is an amazing tribute. Yeah, it's music. Yeah.
Powerful before you.
Yeah, I can't because of the music. Doggone it all. You're ruining my life, music. All right, Scarlett Johnson here says, friends and family in Pensacola, Florida are saddened and outraged by the defacing of this mural last night. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk was defaced with Antifa propaganda. There you go, made a mural. Look what they did. Free Palestine. Can I put captions on so you can read? My earbuds died. I don't know if that's a thing that I have. Not that I'm aware of. Oh, the earbuds died. They wrote on here, a good Nazi is a dead Nazi, free Palestine. What an asshole thing to do. They put X's over his eyes. They draw horns on him. At the graffiti bridge in Pensacola, the memorial mural for Kirk was defaced, disgraced under the cover of darkness. But believers came together, grabbed their paint, their Bibles, and their courage. They covered the hate with hope. They replaced venom with verses. They restored dignity. So that's what it looked like. So they painted over that and said it's way better. Jesus is the Lord, and a whole bunch of scripture quotes. It's a holy war, people. The left has declared war. All right, let's check in on Chuck Grassley announcing a whistleblower exposing program Arctic Frost. They targeted 92 Republican groups, including, guess who? Charlie Kirk's group.
Well understood that your predecessor left you an FBI infected with politics. I'm going to provide examples of that today, including making public new whistleblower records. At your nomination hearing, I made public records that whistleblowers provide me about Arctic Frost. Arctic Frost was the FBI case opened and approved by antitrust Trump FBI agent Thibault. Arctic Frost then became Jack Smith's elector case against then citizen Trump and now President Trump. These new records show that Arctic Frost was much broader than just an electoral matter. The case was expanded to Republican organizations. Some examples of the group that Ray FBI sought to place under political investigation included the Republican National Committee, Republican Attorney General's Association, and various Trump political groups. In total, 92 Republican targets, including Republican groups and Republican-linked individuals, were placed under investigative scope of Arctic Frost. On that political list was one of Charlie Kirk's groups, Turning Point USA. In other words, Arctic Frost wasn't just a case to politically investigate Trump. It was the vehicle by which partisan FBI agents and Department of Justice prosecutors could achieve their partisan ends and improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. So today, Senator Johnson and I are making these records public for the entire country to see, and I hope a lot of people are interested in seeing what government can do when various agencies have a political agenda. My investigative work has also exposed the political way in which Peter Navarro was investigated and prosecuted. When FBI agent Thibault found out that Biden's DOJ would prosecute Navarro, he said, "Wow, great." That's a quote, unquote. Through whistleblowers, I've obtained a audio recording of Special Agent Giagardina and Special Agent Sebastian Gardner's delivery of a subpoena to Navarro. I'm making that audio public today. In a court document filed by the Department of Justice, Navarro's, well, it's well understood.
All right, I think it resets there. But this was the weaponization. The weaponization of the government against conservatives. All right, this is one of the toughest videos to watch. Well, I mean, it's just, you tell me.
Keep your eye on this space here where the red circle is as the next clip plays. To me, I first seen this and thought straight away, holy shit, that is the bullet. It matches the exit wound. It also matches the shirt puffing up and the angle of the entry and exit. I needed another angle just to see if this was actually fact, trying to get as much info as I could before I posted anything. And in that video, you can see the same, what appears to be the bullet coming down, and it does line up with the actual gunshot itself.
So you're not counting gang violence. Great.
So again, I needed another angle. I found this video, and this one's a little bit harder to see, but you can see something go down into the back right-hand side of Charlie. So from this, looking at Google Earth and drawing a line from where I believe the shooter was, his tent being set up in the middle of that triangle area, would appear that the shooter was up here somewhere. That's the angle that the bullet was coming down from. It all makes sense to me. Pretty crazy. I think if we pan around and look at where the media and everyone else is saying that the bullet come from and giving scenarios on ricochets and different bullets and bits and pieces, it doesn't make sense for it to come from the rooftop over here. It doesn't line up with what appears to be the bullet anyway. However, when we come and look from this point of view, I'll just swing this around so we can get a better idea of what's around here. You can see there's rooftop access there, but there's also a staircase down in a little alley there, in that little nook. So to me, it's pretty obvious that the shooter was most likely here somewhere. Somewhere on those stairs would be my tip, and if the FBI aren't looking there, I don't know why.
Okay, there was a second one I wanted to share as well. Let me see if I have anything else on Instagram, because there was another angle. All right, yeah, so here it is, AF Post. The elderly man detained in the Kirk shooting confessed to possessing bad stuff on his phone. FBI charges filed. He admitted he instinctively acted as a distraction, gave the real shooter a chance to escape. They found no connection between Zen and the alleged gunman, Tyler Robinson. Yeah, but what if he's not the guy? Oh, check this out.
Charlie Kirk's murder.
CBS.
The shooter's motive remains elusive. No writings left behind, vague secondhand testimony. That uncertainty and the risk of drawing sweeping conclusions suggests the murder may share similarities with recent violence not driven by an obvious political ideology. The FBI recently recognized a new category, nihilistic violent extremism. 5 days after Charlie Kirk's murder, the shooter's
story is that the shooter literally wrote, "Hey, fascist, catch," but there's no ideology we can figure out, allegedly, if you believe it. Do you believe it? Do you think that there's that one shooter that they think that they have figured out? Or no? Type in the comments, question of the day. Do you think the person they arrested is the actual shooter or just a patsy? It's amazing as we live through these. And you're like, well, how could it be so confusing in JFK? Why don't we know? We don't know anything about Ryan Ruth in Florida trying to take out Trump. We don't know anything about that idiot in Butler. If that was him. They said there were shots coming down from the water tower too. Where were those? Anyway, Kash Patel talking about Tyler Robinson, the shooter. Senator Hawley, check out the thread recap.
Done in this investigation. Is the FBI investigating the Kirk assassination as part of this broader pattern of anti-religious, anti-Christian violence?
We are investigating Charlie's assassination fully and completely, and running out every lead related to any allegation of broader violence, and we're producing results on that we'll disclose when appropriate.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Let me just ask you a few questions about that, if I could. Sure. Reports have suggested that the FBI is investigating a broader network of groups that may have had some knowledge of the shooter's plans. Can you give us any details on that, following up what you've already said in public? How's the FBI working to find other potential accomplices, folks who may have known about the shooter's plans, folks who may have encouraged him? Any update on any of that?
So in terms of what we do for an interrogation perspective, we go and reach out to the family and community immediately. And we've conducted those investigations and interrogations with local law enforcement, and we're continuing to do that because those closest to the suspect are going to hopefully know the most about the suspect and his beliefs and his ideology. On top of that, unfortunately, it has been leaked that there was a Discord chat, and for those unfamiliar with it, it's a gaming chat room online that the suspect participated in. So what we're doing, we've already done, is serve legal process, not just on Discord, so that the information we gathered is sustained and held in a evidentiary posture that we could use in prosecution should it be decided to do so. And we're also going to be investigating anyone and everyone involved in that Discord chat.
Okay, very good. I see the public reports that the Discord thread had as many as 20 additional users. It sounds like you're trying to run down all of that to see if that's accurate. who else may have been on that thread, what they may have known. Is that fair to say?
It's a lot more than that. We're running them all down.
It's a lot more than 20?
Yes, sir.
And you're running all of that to ground?
Every single one.
Yeah, fantastic. Let me just turn to the broader question here of anti-religious, anti-Christian violence. Let me just give you a few stats that I'm sure that you're all too familiar with. It's done in this investigation. Is the FBI investigating the Kirk assassination as part of this broader pattern of anti-religious, anti-Christian violence?
More than 20 people from Discord under investigation. Way more than 20. Suggesting there were a lot of people involved. Nick Shirley reporting from England. Revolution has started across the world.
So what level are you willing to fight to get your guys' freedom of speech?
To death! To death! I will die for freedom of speech. I've already proved this. I've been to Afghanistan. I was in Afghanistan in 2012 fighting a war for the British Empire. I witnessed my friends die for this land. Never mind your ancestors dying in World War II. I witnessed my friends die for this green and pleasant land. And we are here to take it back.
And how did you guys get to the point where you cannot even say certain things on social media without being arrested? 30 people a day get arrested here.
Charlie Kirk's death. If that wasn't something, I don't know what is. Charlie Kirk's death. He says, how did we get to the point? That's the point. But it's been a build-up for years and years and years.
And if people like you don't speak up, if there aren't there's millions of people here.
Speaking up is nothing now. We've gone beyond speaking up. We are here now. We are here with force. And never mind speech.
And now
we are here with force. Now actions. They shot Charlie Kirk. They shot Charlie Kirk. Where are our actions? Where do we draw the line on free speech? Free speech is bullshit. We need to draw the line. There are basic human moralities. Male are males, female are females. That's where we draw the line.
And to what level are you willing to fight to get your guys' freedom?
A little bit of fight left in Europe. Is it enough to save the country? Elon Musk has called for this streamer, this idiot called Destiny, to be thrown in prison for inciting murder following the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Cash out the crime statistics? Not exactly like.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing.
Cash out the crime statistics? Not exactly like.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing.
Cash out the.
Yeah. Elon says, I don't think this jackass should be banned, but Amazon should stop paying him to incite murder. That's insane. Separately, incitement to murder and domestic terrorism is a felony crime. For that, he should go to prison. He can resume streaming when he's served his term. Do you agree with Elon? This guy needs to go to jail. By the way, who ordered this? They're tearing up the whole area. Are they where did they find like construction underway at the Charlie Kirk scene at UVU. Why so quick? Who ordered this?
What they're doing, because I see a lot of construction.
There's music. I can't play it. A few days after Kirk was shot, a construction site has gone underway. Pretty quick for an investigation still underway. Who called for this? I understand it's a college campus, but there's still so much information people need to know.
As you can see.
And they're tearing it all up. I mean, that needs to be you can't really undo that. That should be a permanent memorial. This is the only way. That's kind of interesting. All right, here's Speaker Mike Johnson.
I mean, I approach this as a former litigator who defended free speech in the courts for
Okay, he's a former litigator who defended free speech in the courts. Sorry, I pulled up your comment. I didn't get back to the comments. The FBI should look there. I saw a few videos on the angle, and they're very, very interesting. Yes, I'll show you another one in a second. I just found the one I'm looking for on X. I'll share it. It looks like this was done very close range. Very close range. 2 hand signals and a shot. I mean, it's like... Yeah, I would put captions on, except I don't know how to put captions on, by the way. R.I.P. earbuds. Trash Panda, Texas. Yes, thoughts and prayers to your earbuds. Shit. I know, watching that old man, my gosh, we need term limits. He could have got a more charismatic person to go through that information. Trash Panda says, QOTD, I wish I knew for sure. Could be a patsy. I measured off Google to the rooftop that matched what the FB lie showed. Not the FBI, the FB lie. Have it at 188. Patriot Warrior, other questions about the 30-06. I've shot deer, and when hit with the same round, it blows out the other side of the deer with a big hole. Where did the bullet land? Yeah, that was my... Actually, hold on. Let me ask Grok. Where did the Charlie Kirk bullet land? Okay, they're just saying it's off the top of a rooftop. We don't know that it came from that rooftop. Where did the bullet land? Struck him in the neck and passed through. They said it lodged in a wooden stage riser on the temporary stage where he was speaking during his American Comeback Tour event. The riser was described as a 4x4 wooden beam approximately 3 feet off the ground. The bullet did not exit the riser or strike any other objects or individuals. I corrected Grok. I'm like, you don't know it came from the roof. Hold on. Like, I know people are saying that, but that doesn't make it true. The Lossy Center. 175 to 200 from the stage. Yep, you said 188, splits the difference. They said due to its line of sight, recovered rifle in nearby woods, suspect Robinson's DNA on the scene. Bullet was recovered from the riser for forensic analysis, matching the rifle linked to Robinson. So that's their story. Anyway, Mike Johnson's like, hey, I like free speech, but...
A couple of decades. We defended religious freedom and speech that some people deemed to be inappropriate. Look, in America, it's a very important part of our tradition that we do not... This is a conservative principle, and certainly an American principle. We do not censor and silence disfavored viewpoints. People in America are allowed to say crazy things. Now, that said, if I'm an employer or I'm a government agency and I have someone in my employ who is online celebrating the heinous murder of an innocent person, a young husband and father, I can make the decision that they don't deserve to work for me. They shouldn't represent my company or my agency, and I have every right to do that, and I think that's appropriate. That's not the government censoring speech. That's personal behavior and decorum, and you have a right to enforce that. So I don't think it's a violation of core principles for people to have appropriate measures taken when they act like crazy people online. And that's up to the employers and these private businesses and these the people who make those decisions. That's not something that Congress is involved in. But I mean, I think all of that is intellectually consistent, and we'll continue to defend it. Well, I mean, I approach.
Yeah, companies have their choices to make. Who do you want to align with? Colleges, medical? Get away from those two professions if you're that way. Because I can't trust that you wouldn't destroy and brainwash, damage my kids, harm my kids, and I can't trust that you would treat me with actual care. Here's Iryna Kirk.
So my mission for all of you after you leave here, please go confuse the culture. Confuse the crap out of it. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that, but confuse them. Go and confuse them. Do not conform to it. Let them stare at you. Let them write the meanest Instagram comments. Let them wonder, let them whisper. And while they're doing all of that, because that's just noise, build your family. Go raise a family. Go build a life of holy defiance. Go love your husband. Go love your babies. Go teach your children how to blaze a trail of glory. Go lead in truth and go be the light. You don't have time for their noise. Don't seek their applause. It's not even worth it. Not even worth it. Go fulfill your purpose, because you just need Jesus. That's all you need. So while the world is watching, heaven's cheering for you. Cheering you on. Because just like the women before you, that blueprint, God is within you, and you will not fail. So my mission for all of you after you leave here, please go confuse the culture. Confuse the crap out of it. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that.
I don't know if I can say the word heck. Go confuse the crap out of it. Oops, I said a bad word. Confuse the crap out of their culture. Confuse the culture. That's a good phrase. Unholy Hoax agrees with Elon. Hello, Deb. Welcome. Not from San Diego or San Francisco. Deb from Sacramento. Nobody should be inciting fear of violence. Fear or violence. I did just check Grok. I'm seeking a picture. They have not released a photograph of the riser. I did ask for that. Erica does have the right message. So Benny Johnson reporting this. Let me press play.
Here's this little island a couple of miles away from America, 90 miles away from America. And they...
Well, they have music. I can't play it. Oh, God, the music. Oh, these copyright claims have ruined. Benny says the Armed Queers of Salt Lake City is a Marxist paramilitary group being investigated by federal authorities in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's left-wing political assassination. This radical group immediately deleted their social media in the aftermath of Charlie's murder. However, all data was captured by investigators, and it's very concerning. See these images? Federal law enforcement source told me directly that the group deserves classification as a domestic terrorist organization. The logo of Armed Queers features the same caliber bullet that struck Charlie, engraved with leftist messaging, just as Charlie's was. In a now deleted video, the leaders of the Armed Queers of Salt Lake City brag about a trip to communist Cuba in May of 25, where they trained with militant Marxists to stage a revolution in America when they returned home. The Marxist leaders they met with bragged about being labeled terrorists by the United States. The leaders of Armed Queers refers to America as the belly of the beast in the video. The group is openly coordinated with the Cuban government in various venues and events. Meet the leader of Armed Queers of Salt Lake City, Iryna Kirk, an Iranian immigrant, self-identified communist who's been honored by the U.S. State Department, UN, and his ties. I didn't know if that was a guy or a girl. I never met a Iryna. Ties to NGO Utah Global Diplomacy. Utah Global Diplomacy has wiped all of her... Okay, they said his ties and her ties. This is confusing. Authorities looking into Armed Queers SLC's ties to Kirk assassination. Story developing. It's important to begin investigations into the global militant left-wing radicalization networks that seek to destroy Western civilization. Excellent info from Data Republican and her team. Charlie Kirk with Patrick Bet-David. Note the nervous laugh. Did Charlie know that the U.S. and Trump were compromised?
But the fact is now Bibi and the...
There's music. Ugh, fuck.
Gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Okay?
I can't play it with the music in the background. But that's Charlie essentially knowing that the U.S. and Trump were compromised. Doggone this music stuff. Guys, this is like the 6th thing I've tried to play you, and they have music in the background. GOP Senator Eric Schmidt with the right kind of energy today.
Sky, the left-wing alternative to X, was so overwhelmed with these posts that the platform was forced to issue a statement warning its users to stop glorifying the murder. And it wasn't just random social media trolls. It was journalists, elite college professors, and even politicians, all but saying Charlie's assassination was justified because of what he thought, because of what he said. We saw the flood of hit pieces, the most powerful media outlets in the nation dishonestly attacking and villainizing Charlie for the most vicious possible terms. How can you ask us to unite under that? There can be no unity between good and evil. Somebody has to win this thing. And as a country, we have to absolutely reject it. And don't tell me it's both sides. It didn't happen in a vacuum. Over the past decade, we've seen an explosion of political violence, not just one-off lone wolf attacks, but organized, systemic political violence at a mass scale. It is not organic. It is the offspring of a dark and clandestine system funded in part with our own tax dollars, winning with a large network of foundations, NGOs, activist organizations, and front groups. This system lurks behind every radical leftist movement in our nation today. The George Soros empire has financed a vast ecosystem of radicals, all working together, dropping off bricks at riots to unleash a tidal wave of violently anarchists on our streets and to prop it up in an army of researchers and experts and journalists and propagandists who downplay the political violence.
What he's doing is serious.
I'm going to ask you, because I don't have a ton of time, and I would point out, we've heard years of the left, their loudest voices calling anyone on the right extremist MAGA Republicans, fascists, Nazis, an existential threat to democracy. Check yourself. And don't give me this both sides bullshit. Blue Sky, the left-wing alternative.
Don't give us the both sides BS. I like that. All right, make sure you're following the New American Media on X at American_media_. Let's buzz through it. Hello, David Ben. Yeah, the day the music died, I started singing, bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys are drinking whiskey and rye, singing this'll be the day the music died. Yeah, it really is a shame. It really is a shame. It's messing things up. It's not good. Yeah, they don't have a picture of the riser, allegedly. All right, up here on X, make sure you're following us at American_media_. There's our Patreon link right here, our interview with John B. Wells talking about God, Trump, Biden, the deep state, and World War III. Still very timely, still very relevant. But that is the way that you can sign up to be a monthly Patreon supporter for our program. Thank you to everybody who has, and Let this be a call to offer, a call to invite anyone else to sign up to be a Patreon member. We post twice a month, so it's like $5 a creation. So I think it's like either $10 a month or 15 or 100 or 1,000. There's different options you could choose. And a few of you really start to add up pretty quick and make a difference. God, there was something else I needed to buy today. What was the other? There's another couple. There's so many times where it's just like, oh, need another couple $100 for this. Oh, another couple $100 for that. Another couple $100. It's like, geez, it adds up. But your support means the world. We also have our tip jar at the bottom of the screen, Venmo and Cash App. All you got to do is look for BrianEngelman. That's my name, BrianEngelman. That's a tip jar on Venmo and Cash App. And, of course, on PayPal, you could shoot something over at fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. Is this a video or just an image? All right, so the timing is off with the kick with Charlie Kirk jerking from being hit by the round. The shot came from Kirk's right. The man in the white shirt with the female to his right, which is our left. Hands recoil exactly as they should from firing. Projectile angle is perfect with Kirk's exit wound. Reminder, did the FBI ever tell us who Trump's shooter was communicating with? You know, and he was on his phone. Somehow they know every detail about who Tyler Robinson was talking to. Strange, isn't it? Isn't it? I said, isn't it? Oh, check this out. Here's more evidence of what the violent, deep state, demonic Democrats are up to.
I might be getting canceled for this, but I'm kind of pissed off.
Kinda.
Anyway, I'm a senior in college and I'm in international public relations, and I was told to read chapter 8 this week of International Public Relations, Negotiating Culture, Identity, and Power. I'm reading, I just opened it up to chapter 8 about 5 minutes ago. I've been sitting here in awe. Chapter 8 is titled Contested Identities Shifting Publics in a Globalized World.
That's quite a mouthful.
I'm going to read you what I just read and where I stopped. I think it's the second sentence, maybe the third. Identity may be one of the most contentious words of the new millennium. An internet search produces the following modifiers for identity: corporate, sexual, digital, public, racial, national, brand, and even Christian. A US-based white supremacist group.
Christians are US-based white supremacists.
I'm pissed. So I would just like to say that as a Christian, if you're reading this and you're not a Christian and you're in college, I am not a white supremacist. So can we cancel these authors? Or are we going to cancel me?
Cancel the school. Stand up and speak out. University of North Georgia. Was this Chris Bailey of Susquehanna University refused to allow a student at a prayer vigil for Charlie Kirk to record the leftist instigators cheering his death, calling the person who attempted to film an intimidator. Then the university later deleted its page on him. What?
No, I'm just reading it.
You got your phone out. We're not gonna do that.
Well, no, I know. I promise you, I'm just reading it because a Nazi scum is. That's kind of really messed up.
It's called. You are taking pictures, and that's called First Amendment. Are you a student here?
No.
You're not a student here? Then I can ask you to leave campus. So unless you're going to do it, no, you're intimidating me. You were taking pictures, and I said not to take pictures.
People were taking pictures.
I understand. Over there is fine, but going right in front of their face, we're not going to have that interaction with our students.
I'm not in his face by any means. I'm just reading.
If you're not a student, I can ask you to leave right now. If you want to stay on campus, I'm just asking not to take pictures.
Oh, by the way, there's music in the background. I gotta mute it.
Crazy. I Why was I drawing hair? I
Famous
can't
college
hear you.
doesn't mourn Nazi scum.
I can't hear you. If you're gonna talk, you gotta talk louder. Idiot. I think somebody else is a fucking scum.
Who's that guy? Is that a student? Is that what they want? All right, here's the video. This is the one I need to really just stop and watch. Like, everybody, stop what you're doing unless you're driving or working. Like, take a look at this video.
Right here with the white hat, he starts it by creating a couple signals. He touches the bill of his hat, and then he touches his ear. The guy that shot Charlie is over on this side, so he's seeing that guy, and he's also seeing this guy. This guy has to get out of the way from the guy in the white, and he steps forward to get in front of this guy so that the guy that's over here that shoots him can see him, and he rubs his right arm. And then you can see this guy in the background. Watch this.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been?
There goes the signals.
Over the last 10 years. Counting or not counting gang violence?
All right, this is where I really want you to pay attention. Do you see how this guy right here? He moved in front of that guy. He's actually leaning forward right here, and he's touching his arm so that this guy right here in the white shirt, you can see he's holding the gun right there. Watch this. This is terrifying, guys. If I go frame by frame, watch this. So if I back up a little bit, the moment the guy in black moves his arm out, watch what happens. When the arm comes out right here, watch what happens to this guy. See how he's got his arm up? Now that guy raises his arms, and you can see the gun right here. This is it's gonna recoil. And then as soon as he gets done recoiling, Charlie moves. Here it comes. You're gonna see that guy in the white shirt, he's gonna lift his right elbow. Ready? Right here. He lifts his elbow. He's holding a gun. And watch what happens. He shoots it. His hand goes right back into place, and then Charlie gets hit. Watch this. Raise his elbow. Boom. Look at that. Watch the gun shoot right now, and watch Charlie get hit right now. Oh my God. Look at it. It's clear as day. The guy in the black shirt shows that guy in the white shirt in the background, his arm.
That is synced up exactly.
The guy puts his gun up, puts his elbow up, pop, bang. Look at that. Pop, bang. Oh my God.
What are your thoughts on this? Maybe I'd need to put this full screen. I'm sorry. Let me go full screen on this again. I'm kind of playing this one.
All right, I think I found the shooter. This guy right here with the white hat, he starts it by creating a couple signals. He touches the bill of his hat, and then he touches his ear. The guy that shot Charlie.
David, everything seems to be a lie. Trash Panda, we are told a big lie. Trash Panda, wow. I haven't seen this angle until today, and holy shit, look at it.
Is over on this side, so he's seeing that guy, and he's also seeing this guy. This guy has to get out of the way from the guy in the white, and he steps forward to get in front of this guy so that the guy that's over here that shoots him can see him, and he rubs his right arm. And then you can see this guy in the background. Watch this.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been?
There goes the signals.
Over the last 10 years. Counting or not counting gang violence?
All right, this is where I really want you to pay attention. Do you see how this guy right here? He moved in front of that guy. He's actually leaning forward right here, and he's touching his arm so that this guy right here in the white shirt, you can see he's holding the gun right there. Watch this. This is terrifying, guys. If I go frame by frame, watch this. So if I back up a little bit, the moment the guy in black,
I mean, it's synced up exactly. Whatever's happening.
Moves his arm out. Watch what happens when the arm comes out right here. Watch what happens to this guy. See how he's got his arm up? Now that guy raises his arms and you can see the gun right here. This is it's gonna recoil. And then as soon as he gets done recoiling, Charlie moves. Here it comes. You're going to see that guy in the white shirt. He's going to lift his right elbow. Ready? Right here. He lifts his elbow. He's holding a gun. And watch what happens. He shoots it.
And then it recoils.
His hand goes right back into place. And then Charlie gets hit.
I mean, he's instantly hit.
Watch this. Raise his elbow.
Yeah, exactly.
Boom. Look at that.
They have cell phone guns. 2 rounds only. Just saying anything is possible. Fold out guns, shape of the cell phone. You could be holding your cell phone in your hand, just kind of clipping it and.
Watch the gun shoot right now. And watch Charlie get hit right now. Oh my God. Look at it. It's clear as day. The guy in the black shirt shows that guy in the white shirt in the background, his arm. The guy puts his gun up, puts his elbow up, pop, bang. Look at that. Pop, bang. Oh my God.
What are your thoughts on this one? Yeah, it's tough to see the gun, Deb. I agree. I mean, but the recoil happens instantaneously. It's a little gun. The recoil happens at the same exact. I mean, like when you hear the noise, that's when the recoil is, and that's when like it's at the same time. Who is that guy? Phew. There it is again. I'm not trying to overdo this, but this is new information, and this looks very close up. I don't know. Oh, boy. Mirthful Moment says, here's Wikipedia. Tell me in the comments, what do you think about that? Is that convincing to you? Whole bunch of happy horse crap? Something in between? And the other guy with the black shirt and black cap in the lower part, he's the only one that moved like you might have seen it. So they're saying Wikipedia says the murder of George Floyd, but they say the killing of Iryna Zarutska, and then they say the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Interesting. All right, Matt Walsh says, get rid of her today. This is insane. Conservatives have fought for decades for the right to refuse service to anyone. We won that fight. Now Pam Bondi wants to roll it all back for no reason. The employee who didn't print the flyer at the Charlie Kirk thing was already fired by this employer. This stuff is being handled successfully through free speech in free markets. This is totally gratuitous and pointless. We need the AG focused on bringing down the left-wing terror cells, not prosecuting Office Depot, for God's sake.
You shouldn't be employed anywhere if you're... That's horrific. It's free speech, but you shouldn't be employed anywhere if you're going to say that. And employers, you have an obligation to get rid of people. You need to look at people who are saying horrible things, and they shouldn't be working with you. Businesses cannot discriminate. If you want to go in and print posters with Charlie's pictures on them for a vigil, you have to let them do that. we can prosecute you for that. I have Harmeet Dillon right now in our civil rights unit looking at that immediately, that Office Depot had done that. We're looking at that. But Sean, you know, that's horrific. It's free speech.
It's the birthday cake thing. It's the Colorado cake. It's the wedding cake or whatever it was. The obligation to do business or not to do business. This guy here, he was celebrating. Milwaukee public school teacher. Corey says, year 18. Hey, my career is now old enough to vote. Punch himself in face. He says, always love a good Wu-Tang reference. Protect your neck. He thought this was in good taste. This is someone that might be teaching your kids. You know, I get jokes, but yeah. But we were yelled at last week because exposing teachers' disgusting reactions to this assassination might cause problems for some teachers. Yeah, many teachers need to GTFO of the classroom and take their domestic terrorism with them. Texas State, Charlie Kirk memorial event hosted by local TPUSA. A student imitates Charlie Kirk's death and mocks him. Goes up to a statue where TPUSA members are and imitates his death again and spits near them. Also uses a vape and weed pen near the end of the video, which is also against public policy. There's no getting along with people like this.
Oh, buddy. Fuck that nigga. You're gonna get expelled, dude.
Yeah, let the private market handle it. Expel that guy, unless those are your core values. They say it's a liberal cesspool now. Well, that's a shame. Grok is hallucinating, trying to say that an anti-fascist song is not part of Antifa. They inscribe lyrics to an anti-fascist song and put it on their bullet casing, and Grok's trying to separate those two. No, it's the same. This post from Charlie Kirk in May says tomorrow the House will vote on H.R. 867, a bill that will criminalize private boycotts of Israel, fines up to $1 million in prison time of 20 years. Bills like this only create more anti-Semitism and play into the growing narratives that Israel is running the U.S. government. In America, you're allowed to hold differing views. You're allowed to disagree and protest. We've allowed far too many people who hate America move here from abroad, but the right to speak freely is the birthright of all Americans. This bill should not pass. Any Republican that votes for this bill will expose themselves. We will be watching very closely. Are we supposed to believe Kash Patel?
Written note, was there, did he write?
There's a note that was found, but just enjoy this.
A written note before the assassination attempt. That's what the governor said yesterday. And what did that say, if you could
So
share
what I'm
that
able
with
to
us?
say, I'm sorry. So what I'm able to say is I addressed it partially earlier, is that the written note, we believe, what did exist, and we have evidence to show what was in that note, which is, and I'm going to summarize, basically saying, the suspect wrote a note saying, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. That note was written before the shooting. Evidence of its existence, we now have learned, existed before the shooting, was in the location in the suspect and partner's home. But we have since learned that the note, even though it has been destroyed, we have found forensic evidence of the note, and we have confirmed what that note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI.
People. Sounds like the Epstein list. The Epstein list's on my desk. There is no list. How could you have a note that's destroyed? Okay, if there's a notebook and you can see on the page underneath and you can see if you can see the pen indentation on the next page, even if it was ripped out, the next page could theoretically still hold remnants of the pen being pressed into it. I don't know. Just there's a lot of convenient information coming out right now. Very convenient. I don't know how I feel about this. What do we know about the Butler incident? Nothing? The empty apartment that he lived in, all the visits, all the trips to the CIA headquarters, like we don't know shit. We know that we never got an answer to all these unanswered questions. What do we know about Ryan Ruth? Nothing. Ukrainian connection, No faith in cash, says Trash. Talking about the guy in the white shirt and the guy in the white shirt being the shooter. Marion said, I want to see the rest of that to see the others' reactions to being right beside that person. Did they react as a gun was just fired right beside them? No, they did not. His hands do this. It's like the recoil. But once again, they stopped it. That video kept stopping at a millisecond or two after. But I did kind of see like the two people behind him like bristle a little bit. David doesn't trust any of the lettered agencies to be in control of anything. I can't blame you. All right, MJ Truth Ultra says Candace Owens. Well, here, just here, listen.
Epstein with his little friend Ghislaine and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who was obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, that there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer. Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well. The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket, the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics. And it's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. Easy, not hard. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun. Maybe he was just the guy that countries would go to and park a couple $100 million and say, hey, can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis. Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was not a hedge fund manager. Jeffrey Epstein was a key player in a multi-decade blackmail operation against the most powerful people on the planet.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems to conflict with Bibi's narrative a little bit. Yeah, just a tiny bit.
Uh-huh. Is this a second clip here?
He felt were things that he felt were in conflict with his beliefs, free speech here in America. Bibi's holding it up like Charlie just in May said, hey, you know what? I just want to write a love letter to Israel. That's how it was presented. Would you guys agree? That's not how it happened. Now, regarding that phone call and that invite, that also needs to be contextualized. And I'm going to do that. But first, Skylar, can we bring in a clip of Charlie from a month ago speaking about the kind of pressure that he was under? Because I think that will also help to further contextualize this. Take a listen.
I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But like some of the mess, and you've seen how I've been treated, Megan, by some, not all, by some.
No, it's very irritating.
It's
been
almost
so
as if
unfair.
you,
they were coming after you after a turning point for, among other things, that you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize Israel. You had both sides. The Israeli side was overrepresented.
Though. No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the 5th time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question, Megan. Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, I mean, you saw it, Megan. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages. And if I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper paranoid state because they're at war, and war tends to make things black and white, and you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megan. Literally, I'm trying to cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany online? How would I behave? So that's like my charitable kind of overcompensation spirit. At the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
No, it's not defensible to be dumb. And he was under an increasing amount of pressure, not just people telling him, oh, well, you know, I'm upset with who you're inviting, but flat out telling him that he was not allowed to invite certain people to his events. They were threatening to pull out money. Charlie was getting a lot of really nasty text messages, and many of them pertaining to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. But Tucker Carlson was really the focus when it came to America Fest. How could Charlie allow these debates about Israel to take place? How could he allow Dave Smith, who, by the way, is Jewish, how could how could Charlie allow this other position to meet the stage? Because obviously when people start to hear the debates, what Dave Smith is saying sounds so rational, but it was up to Charlie to not allow those things to happen. And that amount of pressure towards the end, as you see that conversation he had with Meghan was just a month before he lost his life, really, I would say, reached a pinnacle of sorts on the matter of what Tucker Carlson actually said on that stage. Tucker Carlson, while he was on that stage at Turning Point, brought up Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman is a billionaire, obviously. He is also an extremely litigious billionaire. And Bill Ackman was on Charlie about comments that Tucker Carlson had made on that stage. Tucker Carlson specifically asked the question, where does Bill Ackman's money come from? You know, who is this guy? Actually, who is this guy that has this much influence? And like I said, Bill Ackman was not happy about this. And so I would like to contextualize Bibi. Again, these are things Bibi brought up publicly, which he didn't have to. He didn't have to bring up the letter. He didn't have to bring up the phone call, but he chose to do this less than 24 hours after Charlie Kirk was shot. Personally, Bibi, I would have appreciated if you guys used all of your spyware, you've been spying on us for years, to maybe track down the killer. But I guess this is where you thought it was best to do a little propaganda for Israel would be better than us helping us track down the killer. But anyway, so
Candace is making a lot of implications. This is Tucker Carlson getting interviewed by J.D. Vance.
I think the reason that Charlie was able to bridge the gap, particularly in foreign policy, is because he had, for example, genuine affection for Israel. She expressed to me in private many, many times, like, I love Israel. I don't think we should have another forever war, regime change war against Iran. And I think that made complete sense to me. I sort of agree with that, actually. And so it allowed both sides to talk to him because they felt like this person doesn't hate me. It doesn't need to get existential. It's not about disliking me or some weird bigotry. But I don't think it's helpful for people to jump in, particularly foreign heads of state, to say, this is what, he lived for my cause or whatever. That's disgusting, actually. Don't do that. That turns everybody off. You don't help your own cause by doing that.
Yep.
And it's also literally untrue.
So both of them said that's literally untrue, but whether you're doing it anyway or not, the fuck are you doing out there, BB? Or is it obvious what you're doing out there? And they're both calling you a liar. They're both saying that's not accurate. It seems super suspicious. Why are you going on a PR blitz? Why were you the first person? I think it was the first person to officially announce that he'd expired. Or right toward the top of it. I think before even Trump sent the message out. It feels very... I don't know. I guess I'm kind of late to the party on this one. I've always looked at... Yeah, I guess I just watched a lot of Fox, and I just thought, like... I don't know. You'd watch Israel get attacked, and you're like, well, screw that. They had a right for self-defense. I'm a big self-defense guy. What the hell was... What was Netanyahu doing going out there? That if you had nothing to do with it, it's tasteless. And if you had something to do with it, it's fucking psychotic. I don't know. But Tucker and Candace are saying it's literally untrue. It's not how Charlie felt. Don't you go out there and say that. It's not true. Not only is it in bad taste, it's also false.
To say, this is what, he lived for my cause or whatever. That's disgusting, actually. Don't do that. That turns everybody off. You don't help your own cause by doing that. And it's also literally untrue. So I just hope that we can continue in, I'm not exaggerating, the spirit that he operated in, which is one of love for other people, including people we disagree with, and don't make it, as small bore as that. That doesn't help.
Yeah, so one of the issues, Tucker, I agree with you, that he...
By the way, how did you feel? Someone said, was it someone in this group that said it yesterday? Was it Dave, or did you say it today? I'm trying to remember. Everything blurs together. Say that it's weird that our vice president's doing Charlie Kirk's podcast. I don't know. I don't think so. I disagree. I think it's a big double-barreled middle finger. Like, you want us to shut up? We're going to talk louder. On that regard, I really like it. Yeah, Owens is pissed. David, we'll see you in a second. Candace has been pissed for a while.
Would express disagreements with the administration on. There are two that jump out. Is one, Charlie was a hardliner on immigration. He wanted us to control our borders as much as possible. Yes. He wanted us to ramp up the deportations. I remember having conversations with Charlie where he would say, why aren't the deportations higher? Why aren't you doing more? And I would talk to him. But it wasn't, hey, I don't understand this, or I disagree with you, and therefore I'm going to blast you and assume that you're in bad faith. It's, I'm a free citizen. I love you guys. I supported you guys, and I'm going to use my platform to try to accomplish as much good as I possibly can. And I think that made him such an effective operator. And I would talk to Charlie. I'd say, Charlie, well, look, here are the reasons why. And as you see,
I think the
very bad look. Trump just did a massive defense deal with Qatar and is in negotiations on trade with China. Then Netanyahu comes out and calls these two his enemies now.
That is orchestrated by the same forces that supported Iran. Iran's effort to put a military siege on us and ultimately choke us. We were able to break loose from that siege, and we will have to do several things to break loose from this siege that is organized by a few states. One is China, and the other is Qatar. And they are organizing an attack on Israel legitimacy. In the social media, of the Western world and the United States. We will have to counter it, and we will counter it with our own efforts. I think that's rule number one. The second thing is something that they can do uniquely in Western Europe. Western Europe has large Islamist minorities. They're vocal. Many of them are politically motivated. They align with Hamas. They align with Iran. They pressure the governments of Western Europe, many of whom are kindly disposed to Israel, but they see that they're being overtaken, really, by campaigns of violent protest and constant intimidation. And so they fall into this siege. And we can break this siege.
Okay. Here's a business owner that put out a disgusting post about Charlie Kirk. So this guy puts the post on a banner and puts it outside the business.
Care, and yet the owner of this animal hospital tweeted something, and this young man put it right here in the parking lot in the open field, right next to the animal hospital, so that everybody that brings their dogs or cats to this vet.
Do you think a vet would put your animal down if they knew what you were on social media, if they didn't like you? If they're a violent leftist, they absolutely would. Can't trust them in veterinary care either.
Or even drives by can see this. You got to see what this young man, Devin, did. Look at this. This is the actual tweet of the owner of this place. Gentle Care Animal Hospital. Charlie Kirk, right-wing, stupid F, MAGA activist, shot unalive in Utah campus. He's only the first.
See, that's what's going on. They're expanding their attacks. There's more of this coming. This is we're at war because they've declared war on normal America. I don't understand where the mass arrests are of these groups.
He's only the first. Are you freaking kidding me? Could we actually be getting smart and culling the sick ones? Oh gosh, I want to offer his family my thoughts and prayers with the middle finger. Yeah, that's what this guy, Christopher Rispoli, the owner of that place, Gentle Care Animal Hospital, has said.
Well, everybody took their masks off. Hey, look at this. Elliot Forhan, Democrat candidate for Ohio Attorney General, responded to Charlie Kirk's assassination with "Fuck Charlie Kirk." That guy's trying to run to be Ohio's top law enforcement officer. Celebrating murder. That's not leadership. It's moral rot. He must withdraw from the race, says Mihek Cook. When MSNBC host Katie Tur had Matthew Dowd on to suggest transgenderism critic Charlie Kirk reaped what he sowed, hateful words lead to hateful actions. Expect awful actions. Tur did not disclose that her journalist father is a man who is now going by the name of Zoe. There on the right, allegedly, according to Paul Sperry. Matt Van Swol offered a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist $10,000 if she could find video evidence of the quote she attributed to Charlie Kirk. She couldn't find it. Community notes on there, but this Lori Garrett claimed the quote of "Black women don't have the brain processing." Well, I can't read the quote because then it'll get clipped out of context and someone will justify my killing, right? See, that's how this works. That's why they got rid of Papa John. He was saying what other people said. He's like, "Oh, you can't say that." He's like, "I'm talking about what other people said." They're like, "Nope, you lose your company." He's like, "I didn't say that. I was talking about what other people said." "Nope, can't do that. Your company's gone." He said there will be a reckoning. But she couldn't find this alleged quote. You have to go steal a white person's spot, but there's no quote on that. So if she can win the $10,000, I'll report that update if I see it. All right, so here is Bill Ackman. People are calling him out. Where does he get his money? This afternoon, real Candace Owens slandered me by accusing me of staging an intervention with Charlie Kirk in which threats were made with respect to supposed evolving stance on Israel at an event I hosted in the Hamptons. Candace also intimated that I blackmailed Charlie. On the show, Candace said that she would be very happy for me to dispute this narrative. While it pains me to drive more traffic to her program, I am responding here to clear my name. It saddens me that we live in a society where social media influencers seek to monetize the tragic death of Charlie Kirk. For the record, at no time have I ever threatened Charlie Kirk, Turning Point, or anyone associated with him. I've never blackmailed anyone, let alone Charlie Kirk. I've never offered Charlie or Turning Point any money in an attempt to influence Charlie's opinion on anything. In fact, my interactions with Charlie have been extremely cordial, albeit limited, regretfully so, as I was very impressed by him and his work, and I'll sadly never see him again. In an effort to clear the record, I share the following. How much longer is this? This is so much to read. I've recorded Charlie Kirk on X for some time and greatly admired him. I followed him, rather. While I didn't agree with Charlie on every issue, I wish people would stop saying that. There's literally no fucking human on earth that you agree with everybody on everything with. Not a single human. Not even yourself. I really just dislike that. Just let me put a caveat out there. It's not like I'm saying I'm exactly that guy. Come on, grow a spine. Nobody's exactly anybody. I wish we could get rid of that phrase. And I've used it, and I don't like when I use it. I catch myself doing it. I'm like, you know, now while we may not have agreed on everything, nobody agrees with everybody on anything. On everything. It's just not a thing. While I didn't agree with Charlie on every issue, I had enormous respect for his intelligence, vast knowledge about religion, and willingness to take on all comers in open mic sessions on campus and otherwise. Periodically, I'd repost some of his posts and video clips. I connected with Charlie when he DM'd me in late May of this year and expressed interest in meeting me. In light of our respective schedules, we were unable to find a time to meet in person, so we scheduled a Zoom on June 11. On the Zoom, he explained that conservatives, in particular young conservatives, were getting tired of defending Israel, and this was very concerning to him. I asked him how I could learn more, and he suggested that it might be useful to convene a group of young conservative influencers on a host of topics that could include Israel to get a better sense of how the conservative community was thinking about Israel and other relevant issues of concern to young people. On the Zoom, Charlie also said that his open mic conversations on campus were very effective in addressing issues on the minds of students, but he was only one person with limited bandwidth. He suggested that recruiting a group of junior Charlie Kirks who could host open mic sessions on college campuses would be an effective way to encourage debate on a host of issues, an approach he believed to be worthy of consideration and better enable students to get the truth. I expressed interest in learning more and thereafter scheduled a series of conference calls and Zooms with Charlie, Turning Point staff, and members of my own team in an effort to assemble a diverse group of influencers who we could convene for a day-and-a-half session. In addition to getting a better sense of what and where young conservatives were on various issues, Charlie thought doing so might enable him to identify potential candidates who could launch their own campus tours and carry forth his approach to dialogue. See, I'm wondering if he's trying to back away, fearing for his safety. Let's see here. Let me pause that for 1 second. And well, I can't show you this clip. See, Ben Shapiro all over the Charlie Kirk show with Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles. Hang on. Let's listen to this guy for a second. I'll get back to that. Got it.
What the fuck is going on? No, I don't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk dying. No, I don't give a fuck about his Nazi wife not having a Nazi husband anymore. Why is this a controversial thing right now? I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. Hey guys, did we not know this is real fucking life? This is what he brought to the fucking world. This is all he preached about. We knew these people were here. What do you want me to say? He was good at what he did? Is that the amount of respect you want me to give this man? Cool. He was good at what he did for a living. Being evil. He was good at being an evil person with evil beliefs that he instilled in the youth of America every day. And not just America, the world over. This movement that he was a massive part of has spread the world over. Nazis are back. And he was one of them. And there he goes, getting so much more media coverage by this administration than the fucking school that got shot up where children died on the same fucking day. But I'm supposed to fucking feel empathy. Empathy, the thing he didn't fucking believe in, the thing that we're supposed to always have for villains. Villains exist in history. I'm sorry, they just do. I wish they didn't too, but they do. Villains exist, and he was one of them. This was not a political assassination either. He wasn't a fucking politician, and he didn't believe in any policies. All he did was...
He didn't believe in any policies. That's brain damage, people. I had a visitor to the front door that I needed to investigate. All right, back to that. Charlie was trying to identify potential candidates. This is Bill Ackman again. Who could launch their own campus. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. The audio is back. All right. Carry forth his approach to dialogue, he says. Hold on. There we go. We chose the afternoon of August 4th to convene. Their teams put together the invitation list, offered to host the sessions in Bridgehampton and cover the cost so that I could attend some of the sessions. I was working from there at the time. Charlie sent out the invitations. 35 influencers accepted. Influencers collectively had more than 100 million followers. Charlie and Turning Point put together the agenda for the meeting. Economic future of America, cultural landscape of dating and marriage, convergence of East and West, Mamdani, the new threat to America. Charlie asked him to moderate the economic forum discussion, which he did, and thereafter hosted Q&A. Okay. He found the sessions interesting. He enjoyed meeting them, the influencers. At the end, he sat with Charlie and members of the team, discussed the events and the convening. Charlie believed he had identified a number of potential Turning Point ambassadors who could launch open mic events on campus and that he would follow up with them. We agreed to keep in touch hereafter. Corresponded by text thereafter the next few weeks on a range of topics that did not include Israel. And the next thing I knew, he was gone. In short, this was not an intervention to blackmail Charlie Kirk into adopting certain views on Israel. It was nothing of the sort. Ackman calls these claims totally false. Trash Panda, you agreed about what? I don't know what that was about. Anyway, that accusation is debunked, or it's disputed, is what I mean to say, by Bill Ackman. You should know. Would you like this lady as a nurse, taking care of you and your family?
There is a certain level of poetic justice that this has happened to someone who has, dare I say, cheered on as children.
No, never once. God, these people are fucking stupid. Cheering on children getting hurt, you fucking idiot. No. Don't downplay the importance of a stupid meme with a stupid half quote and a misquote to confuse idiots like this. Oh yeah, Charlie Kirk cheers on children getting injured. There's no fucking universe where that's accurate. She thinks it's true because somebody's telling her that, whether it's MSNBC or CNN, whether it's a partner, a teacher, internet. I don't know where she's getting this shit from. Nobody cheers on school shootings, you idiot. They've tried to warp that comment. Oh, well, you know, Charlie said, unfortunately, in a society that has a Second Amendment, we have to accept that there's going to be some shootings from time to time. What's the alternative? Canada? No fucking thank you. That doesn't mean you're cheering on harm to children. Like, it's so stupid. How could any human, any American be this fucking stupid? Dare I say Charlie Kirk... Dude, he's out there preaching the Bible. Show me the Bible verse where it says butcher a bunch of children. He's actually fighting against that with the unnecessary genital mutilation stuff. Trying to save them from Munchausen mommies and fucking lunatics, doctors that are playing Dr. Frankenstein. Man. Oh, you thought it was funny when I said, I don't agree with what some people say all the time and people need to quit saying it, so I agree. Yeah, I don't even agree with me sometimes. That's fine. But it's just, well, you know, I didn't agree with everything he has to say. It's like, you don't need the disclaimer. That's super redundant.
As children have been torn apart by these exact same bullets. Gun violence against conservatives may be the only thing that will finally get them to flip the switch.
Oh my God. Is that an illicit or a tacit threat? Which?
If there is any good that can...
How many tattoos are we counting so far? 1, 2, 3, double nose piercing. How many earrings? I mean, she goes along with the peer pressure really well.
Come out of today, that has to be it. Hopefully some conservatives will realize.
Realize what? We should turn in our guns and be overrun by people like you? Ain't fucking happening, sweetheart. It ain't fucking happening.
That we have a gun problem in America. There is a
Seriously, how many tattoos does she have? Double scorpion, something in the breastplate, something on the right breast, something on the shoulder, something on the wrist, something on the arm. Poetic Justice, Rose Hinckley, registered nurse. Traveling critical care nurse, licensed in Colorado, California, Oregon, and Washington. Really? I wouldn't let that person work for me. Brian Cates asks, do you know how tight the big club is of the Luciferians that have been running our country for over 100 years? They all knew Obama was gay, says Brian Cates. They all knew Michelle was a man. They all knew he was literally the Muslim Brotherhood president. It was the biggest Luciferian in-joke ever. They all knew. Nobody in the big club ever talked. Only one person, Joan Rivers, who ditched the big club, ever dared to talk about it publicly, and she quickly had a fatal accident. George Carlin, they're gonna get it all from you sooner or later because they own this fucking place. It's a big club and you ain't in it. That's Brian Cates. Do you agree with those or disagree with some of those? Mike Lee asks if you find this disturbing queer resistance holding up this. Is that an AK? Armed queers agitate. Yeah, so if you arm and agitate, you don't get to claim self-defense if you're the agitator. You know that, right? Salt Lake City, Utah. Utah. According to Publius, Marco Rubio has revoked the visa of Bob Villan. Let me double check that. Where's Grok? Bob Villan loses U.S. visa. Is this true or just some kind of What are you guys doing in the chat? I agree. I don't agree with me myself, nor I sometimes. Welcome back. I agree with Marion now. I agree. Yep, I agree with David. Okay, British punk rap duo Bob Punk rap duo. Okay. U.S. visas revoked by State Department in, this was back in late June 25, though, after Glastonbury, where they're chanting death to the IDF and free Palestine. Okay, so this isn't about Charlie Kirk. But take a look at this piece of work. If you ever see the name, just understand what he's spewing.
I want to dedicate this next one to an absolute piece of shit of a human being. The pronouns were.
People clapping in the audience, cheering this shit.
Because if you chat shit, you will get banged.
If you talk shit, you will get banged. Yeah, that's a direct call to murder.
Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, you piece of shit. Oh shit. I want to dedicate.
So that's out there. I'm actually going to propose a community note on this. But it doesn't let me explain why, which I really, if a note is written and rated helpful, you'll see it on the post. It should allow me to write the note. I don't understand what's happening. Anyway. I tried. Okay, what's happening? Get me out of here. Done. I'm in a loop. I can't get out of this. I guess let me just buzz past it. Keir Starmer once said the party's over, Boris Johnson resign back in 2022. Chris Rose says the party's over, Keir Starmer resign. Elon says yes. Oh, I didn't share that one. I shared... Let me grab it. Sloven says Jewish Israeli intelligence officer Ari Ben Menash confirms Netanyahu is blackmailing President Trump. American government is trapped by the Israelis. Jeffrey Epstein was one of their tools to trap them. They trapped a number of U.S. presidents by using Jeffrey Epstein. It wasn't only about the sex. See, here's the new part. Here's the new part that I'm hearing now for the first time. Yeah, I read that. Supposedly he tried to walk it back his comments on stage. I mean, there's no walking that back. That's crystal clear. And I've never been familiar with Charlie Kirk's work. I interviewed him briefly, as I mentioned, and he was kind and gracious to me. 0 seconds to spare, so of course he gave me 20. And I've seen a few clips here and there, but I've never sat down and watched the 5 or 10 minute interactions, owning the libs. But I mean, he was actually super polite, like way better than me. Way better than me. Way more moderate than me in some regards on some issues. If Charlie Kirk ain't good enough, none of us are good enough. We're all targets under this fascist. It's clever. You have the fascists label themselves anti-fascist. Oh, how clever. The Patriot Bill. Oh, it's so patriotic. Right? A reverse mortgage. Oh, how nice. No. But here's the new claim. It wasn't only about the sex to trap U.S. presidents. It was also the money issue. Where was the money coming from? So there seems to be an implication. Maybe Epstein gave Trump some money. Trump likes money. Maybe it was a business deal or some sort of something. I don't know. This guy continues, Trump can end the genocide in Gaza if he stops being scared of the Israelis. He can end it right now. What are they going to say about him? How many girls did he abuse? How many billions of dollars did he take? Let them say whatever they want to say. He should stop the genocide. Let Israel do whatever they want to do. Morality should take over. Trump should stop the genocide at any price and do what's morally right for America, Gaza and the Middle East. What Israel is doing with the genocide, and he just keeps repeating this. In the Epstein blackmail, they're committing harakiri on themselves, which means a ritual suicide, because eventually they will be stopped. I've never shared this guy before because he's comes with a lot of baggage. I've got more and more friends telling me about this guy. He's on my, even like, I remember for years when we were doing stories, I really didn't want to talk about Alex Jones because I would catch him saying too many things where I'm like, ugh, I don't want to be close to that. And I've seen enough from him saying some stuff that I don't want to be affiliated with. But it's there. I'm not going to play it now. But if you want to check it out, it's on our X feed. Yep, AF Post saying multiple reports said Israeli PM Netanyahu offered Kirk's TPUSA 150 million cash to adopt an even more ardently pro-Israel stance, and Kirk refused the money. So what happened next?
And then there's hate speech.
Pam Bondi, I need somebody else. Get Matt Gaetz.
There's free speech, and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after...
Who defines hate speech? Who defines it?
Especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle. There's free.
Yeah, who defines that? Don't you realize that's what normal, I don't want to say conservatives, libertarians, Republicans, MAGA, it's just normal people. You realize we've been targeted by Obama? And that's like that framing has been working, and you're going to fall into it and start using those words. There's no such thing as hate speech. Crowder says, what in the world is she doing? What I said was, hate speech isn't a thing. Pleasant speech doesn't need protection. Speech that upsets others does need protection. Criminal calls to specific violence are a thing. Have we all seen enough of Pam Bondi yet? Readers added context saying hate speech is not a concept in the first American jurisprudence. First Amendment protects many things that could be described as hate speech. Government may not prohibit the expression of an idea simply because society finds the idea itself offensive or disagreeable. I will rate it. Yes. Easy to understand. Important context. I voted that up. Arctic frost documents dropping today. They targeted groups like Charlie Kirk's TPUSA. Let's get to it. Does anyone else find this weird? They posted, this is a finder here, said this is an image of the 250 U.S. state legislators who are currently in Israel. Why are they in Israel? Chris Cuomo's guest. You want to hear
J.D. Vance lied today on the Charlie Kirk show when he said the statistics are clear that this is a left-wing problem. It's the exact reverse.
These people will never stop lying to you. They will never stop lying to you.
Right, exact reverse. You look at the ADL Center for Extreme.
Okay, no, ADL is a disgraced hit job organization. They're not to be taken seriously. The ADL started in 1947 or 48, I believe, right when Israel was created, by the way. No, I'm sorry. That was 1913. Let me double check. It was 1913. When did ADL start? I think it was 1913 or 14. Yep, 1913. Sigmund Livingston, Chicago attorney. In response to rising anti-Semitism and discrimination against Jews in the United States. Major ways ADL has lost all credibility. Conflating anti-Zionism and criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. Been deemed unreliable by Wikipedia editors. History of spying and surveillance on activists. Jonathan Greenblatt. Tons of inflammatory remarks. Scott Adams hates the ADL. Anyway, he's quoting the ADL like you don't want to quote that.
Right, exact reverse. You look at the ADL Center for Extremism, which looked at 444 people killed by extremists between 2013 and 2022, 75% of them by the right. You look at the...
No. The right is called normal Americans. And if somebody goes into the violent, unnecessary attack onto somebody else, they've left the normal American party. They're not a part of this party. They're not a part of this group. You cannot call them right. Whereas, yes, your political violence is coming from your standard bearers in your Democrat Party.
University of Maryland study that was done for their terrorism center, which found that from 1948 to 2018, right-wing extremists more likely to carry out violence than left-wing extremists. You look at the head of the FBI who Donald Trump appointed, Chris Wray, who said the #1 domestic terror threat in this country comes from religious and racially motivated extremists, specifically white supremacists.
Yeah, Christopher Wray's a joke. He was repeating the Obama doctrine through Biden's earpiece. Where do you think that phrase came from? That's directly a Barack Obama initiative to make sure they're lying about that, to demonize white people. That was part of his plan for the past 20 years. And a lot of wimpy whites went along with it.
You can keep going. The National Institute for Justice found that the majority of incidents since 1990, violent terroristic acts, were right-wing extremists. The single biggest day of political violence, Chris, in our lifetimes in this country was January 6th.
January 6th, where the MAGA crowd killed 0 people. You fucking asshole. What a dick. What a liar. Whereas your summer of love torched the entire nation, not just one city. Killed, actually, let me ask. 12 people were killed in 2020 summer of love terror attacks. Call them what they are. $11. And 14 more killed in linked unrest. That's David Dorn. That's the one. Retired black police captain shot while protecting a pawn shop from looters. So 36 dead in the summer of love. MAGA didn't kill a single person that day. There were officers that... Not that day. And I'm very suspicious about these officers that offed themselves right after.
2021, when right-wing extremists attacked the Capitol, injured police officers. They were ideologically motivated. You and I agreed it was an insurrection.
You and I agreed it was an insurrection. It was not an insurrection. And yes, there were some injuries. Nobody died that day from our hands. Whereas the Capitol Police protected a black dude who shot a white woman. I interviewed her mother outside of the DC Gulag over the inauguration weekend. Ashley Babbitt. Was there any other way to handle that than shooting her in the neck? Wasn't she shot in the neck too? A lot of neck shots.
Attacked the Capitol, injured police officers. They were ideologically motivated. You and I agreed.
Were they ideologically motivated, or were they factually motivated, saying there's no universe where this country just put that bumbling, child-sniffing fool into office and we all saw it and we're not going to let it happen? Isn't that what most of those people were thinking? Is you tried to ram through and certify elections that were so many red flags flying, you would think. I have a way to finish that. Have red flags. Red flags are for course conditions or warnings. I'm going to search for things that have red flags. Pin placement, ski resorts, motorsports, red flag signals, immediate stop. Soccer. I don't know. I was trying to say that has more red flags than such and such, but I couldn't think of something.
It was an insurrection at the time. So it's bizarre for
No, that wasn't an insurrection.
Vance to go on TV or go online and say the exact opposite of what both the official statistics say and the think tanks say. All of our evidence tells us. I mean, there was a Democratic lawmaker, Chris, I don't know how many times we have to say this, who was murdered in our home with a...
Yeah, by a Democrat. He said that it was Tim Walz that wanted him to do that.
Husband in June by a Trump supporter. And Donald...
Whoa, 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 whoa. What? Hold on. Minnesota lawmaker killed in May by a Trump supporter? Hold on. No. Suspect disguised as a police officer, targeted political violence. He had a hit list of 70 targets. No Kings, anti-Trump protests. Bolter claimed that Governor Tim Walz instructed him to carry out the killings. He was a Trump voter and strong supporter, confirmed by friends, a former roommate, and past Republican registration in Oklahoma. What? Hold on. But they're saying... Let me ask Grok. Hold on. How can you say his claim about Tim Walz was false? No credible evidence to support it. Well, how would you have it? His letter to the FBI made this assertion, but authorities haven't corroborated it. That doesn't mean it's untrue. My lack of evidence... Okay, hold on. Our lack of evidence doesn't make it false. Tim Walz instructing him considered unsupported, lacking corroborating evidence. Yeah, for now. So don't say with certainty something that is unknown. Uncorroborated.
Trump today said, who? When he was asked about it, he said, who?
Mm-hmm. So I guess it was Ravens, Bengals, Lions, Colts, Vikings that honored George Floyd, criminal career who overdosed on fentanyl but refused to honor Charlie Kirk. or he was killed by a cop. Aren't there conflicting stories on that? Aren't there conflicting autopsies? Wasn't Chauvin doing as he was trained? Knee on the shoulder, neck, back area. Yeah, the dude should have got off him when he became unresponsive immediately. Should have handcuffed his ankles and got off him immediately. We all agree with that. But if you watch the arrest video, you watch him hyperventilating, having a heart attack, having an overdose, having a panic attack, some sort of regulatory disturbance. He had enough fentanyl in his system to qualify for overdose territory. Sure seems like that. He was calmly and politely put into the back of the police vehicle. And the guy was absolutely freaking back, saying, I can't go back there. I can't go back there. I can't go back there. Let me out. I got to get out of here. You got to get around the air conditioner. You got to get me out of here. You got to let me out. That's how he wiggled out the other side and onto the ground. Man, I wish that never happened. I am with you on that. Everybody out there, but I believe it was a lethal dose of fentanyl in his system. Didn't break his neck. I think one of the reports that they said asphyxiation or that but his knee wasn't in that spot. It was upper back, shoulder, neck. It wasn't crushing that artery by any stretch. It was barely even there. It looked terrible. And you never want to allow police to be judge, jury, and executioner out in the traffic stop field, just like you don't want to allow some leftist fuckwad to be a judge, jury, executioner of someone that they think doesn't deserve to breathe air. It's not your job to do that. You're not allowed to do that. You don't get to do that. If you were upset that a cop did that, you should be even more upset that this happened. As upset. Equally upset. Damn those dirty Dems. Brian Krasenstein, far-right violence takes place in this country 4 times as much as far-left violence, but I'm sure you'll just say facts don't matter. Did Grok answer? They claim 57% versus 25%. Okay, that's not 100%. ADL, don't want to use ADL. I think we need to start listing these. Like, let's list these. Let's take a deeper dive into the data. I showed you this yesterday, and this is just so disturbing. Apparently, this individual that I didn't know yesterday when I showed you, I said, who is this monster? You need to call Child Protective Services. The individual recording this is the spouse of Lieutenant Colonel Adam Cole, who's assigned to Fort Carson. That's my understanding. Have his clearance pulled and base access revoked pending investigation. It's alarming that this far-left domestic terror has been so normalized in the ranks that his spouse felt bold enough to share this publicly.
I have the best news ever.
What? Donald Trump died?
Second best news.
The vice president died?
Okay, third best news.
That Elon Musk died?
Okay, no. Nobody died. My best friend's getting married.
Which one is it?
Taylor Swift! Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged! I have the best news ever.
What? Donald Trump died?
This is the lady that's going to grow up and run your HR department. This is the lady that's going to teach your kids. The lady that's going to decide whether you get the right amount of dosage or maybe you don't. Because payback, vengeance, reasons, evil. It's a damn shame. Turn out some military family? Nope, that is not safe.
Cox has made it clear that their investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this. That's just
I'm sorry, excuse me, when?
Yesterday, he said that.
No. When was he radicalized? In the 6 months that he did remote college? Not
I don't know when he was radicalized, but I do know.
What you just said
I do know the very reasonable sounding
true.
governor of Utah has made it
it's
clear
not true.
that the
he hasn't made it
you may
clear.
not want
he
to
said
hear
this.
this.
Is an ongoing investigation.
You may not want to hear it,
hear
Destiny. But the reality is, the investigators, according to the governor of Utah, have established that he was radicalized to a leftist ideology that drove him to murder Charlie Kirk. Now, let me just ask you.
That's just not true.
Let me just
There's
ask
no
you.
way to deal with it.
Okay,
You're living in a
accusing the
delusional
governor
fantasy.
of lying.
Yeah.
That's your prerogative. But sure. If it turns out to have been somebody with a leftist ideology who wanted to shut up Charlie Kirk, would you condemn that?
I won't condemn anything until the president of the United States can go on air and say, all of us need to calm down.
So you won't condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk until Donald Trump says something.
This is that same streamer that was calling for all that political violence that I played earlier.
I'm a YouTuber.
This idiot on the right. No, you're about to be.
Leftists and Democrats have been condemning and turning down the temperature, condemning violence, turning down the temperature for a decade. Donald Trump can't go on.
What universe are they thinking that leftists have been turning down the temperature while they riot and burn down America? What a load of steaming shit.
TV and say, all of us need to calm down.
Right.
Can you tell me why he cannot?
Why would you
his
expect
side
anybody,
to calm down?
Destiny?
You can't answer that. Can you answer that question? Why can't
Can
Trump
you
go on
answer
TV
this
and say,
question?
all of us should be less violent?
Why do you
can't
think
Trump say that?
Why do you
Why
think
is your behavior contingent on Donald Trump?
Insane right now.
Why do you
is
think?
your
No, let me ask a
behavior
question.
contingent on Donald Trump?
Let me
Why
ask
is
a
that?
question.
Because he's the president of the United States of America and the leader of the opposing political party.
Let me
You
just.
have a huge audience of young men who listen to everything you have to say. So when it doesn't matter. You have a huge audience, and because of the fact that you have a huge audience, you have a responsibility to not turn. No, it hasn't. It hasn't been broken.
Anna Kasparian, Young Turks.
You care about the country and want to bring people together. You do the opposite. You represent the worst of us, Destiny.
Shout the crime statistics.
Not exactly like.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go.
Hey, everybody watching this stream, you need conservatives to be afraid of being killed. You hear that?
You need conservatives.
You need.
Shout the crime statistics.
Not exactly like.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature.
Incredible.
The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video games. Okay, I'm done today. I don't give a fuck. God, it's gonna be so fucking gay if I get killed in the next fucking 2 months of shit I'm doing. Well, the cuck shit out here. Please don't anybody make any actual fucking, the most cucked, weak ass, fucking bullshit ass speeches on my side. God, if it happens, holy shit, I'm gonna make a death note before I go out to go live and not. God, it's so cucked. It's so optics cucked.
I don't know this guy, but what did Norm Macdonald say? You know, the more I learn about this Hitler fella, the less I like him. The more I learn about this Destiny fella, the less I like him. Did you just compare him to Hitler? I retold a Norm Macdonald joke because the more I learn about this guy, the less I like him. Tim Pool says if you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Destiny says in the show that conservatives should expect to die if they vote for their preferred candidate. In another stream, he said conservatives need to fear being killed. So this is in Yucaipa. I've been to Yucaipa plenty of times. Americans are ordering Charlie Kirk's favorite Starbucks drink in his honor. It's like what is it? It's like a mint tea with 2 honey or something.
You want 2 honey? 2? Okay. Hi, let me get a grande mint majesty with 2 honeys.
Can you ring up over here, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. What else today?
That's it.
Perfect. What was the name for the order? Or actually, do you need a name?
The name is Charlie Kirk.
We can't do political names, but it didn't even ask for a name to begin with, so it's going to be $3.75, okay?
Oh, but can you write the name on the cup?
The sticker won't print.
Oh, you can't write on it?
I could, but I could write Charlie.
Why can't you write the whole name?
Because it's political.
Political?
Yes, yeah. Let me start your TV, okay?
I'm actually wondering if the music in the background of this is going to get me in trouble. It's got me so on edge. It's so unnecessary. But yeah, I guess that's a thing. I watched a video where he explained I drink a ton from Starbucks and that's what I get. Yeah, Elon said, let this Destiny say what he wants and then pay the price under the law. He endorsed political violence, and it's not a one-time thing, and it's not new. Oh, I guess here's another one. This guy.
Conservatives have been disgusting for years, which is why I don't give a fuck about anybody that winds up at any of these rallies and gets shot or whatever the fuck, okay? Because they had no problem making fun of Paul Pelosi. The entire world would be better off if these people were permanently removed from these platforms. Like, there is no downside and only upside to see people like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Tim Pool never be allowed to publicly broadcast their opinions ever again. It's exclusively bad stuff that happens.
Well, we'll see about that. So New York Post reporting Luigi Mangione, the top terrorism charges have been thrown out by a judge in the state case, getting a massive blow. There's the crowd. Remember how quick you are. Trying to normalize political violence.
Ben's a fucking pedophile, so I'm glad this is the result.
That's amazing. But that just shows when we're all together, right? They were like, they can't let that shit slide. Yep. Guys, this is on everybody, right? Because we didn't let that shit slide. So you know we didn't let that slide. That's right.
Oh, boy. Scooter. I've met Scooter multiple times on the campaign trail. Wake Up America says the mayor of Sparta, New Jersey, Neil Clark, reportedly crashed a vigil and fought with residents over lowering the flags for Charlie Kirk. Not a good look. Check out yesterday's show about America going back to church in the wake of Charlie Kirk awakening. So this is the Greg Gutfeld going off quote or moment that I've watched. Jessica Tarlov.
Yes, we don't need it. What is interesting here is why is only this happening on the left and
I can't boost this. Maybe I can from another source. Let me see if I can turn it up a little bit, but I'm going to let it play.
not the right? That's all we need to know. There's absolutely no cognitive.
What about Melissa Hortman that we just
okay, you want to talk about Melissa Hortman? Did you know her name before it happened? None of us did. None of us were spending every single day talking about Mrs. Hortman. I never heard of her until after she died.
She doesn't matter?
Don't play that bullshit with me. You know what I'm saying is there was no demonization, amplification about that woman before she died. It was a specific crime against her by somebody who knew her. The same. Now you could bring up Josh Shapiro, but then you will not bring up, for example, that was a pro-Palestine person. So don't use your. What about this? The fact of the matter is the both sides argument not only doesn't fly, we don't care. We don't care about your both sides argument. That shit is dead. For one thing, there is no cognitive dissonance on our side. On your side, your beliefs do not match reality, so you're coming up with these rationalizations like, what about this or what about that? We're not doing that because we saw it happen. We saw a young, bright man assassinated, and we know who did it. We are not coming up with rationalizations. We are calm, we are honest, and we are resolute. We're not defensive, and I understand the defensiveness. I understand why people are saying, what about this and what about this? Because if you have to face the underlying fact to this, your life is gonna fall apart because you're gonna realize you're not the good guys.
They've never been the good guys, and they've somehow convinced themselves, oh, I can't believe you have an opinion that, marginalized or something, or buzzwords. Total cognitive dissonance, complete break from reality. They've never been the good guys, and they've gotten a pass because they've had the cover of the lying legacy media for decades. They don't have cover to hide behind anymore. Are you saying, no, it's metaphorical? They can't cover their tracks. They can't get whitewashed and get a public relations brush up after screw ups, and you don't get to hide the real stories and promote bullshit stories anymore. The new American media has supplanted the lying legacy media. We're not hypnotized to the same levels. There's still far too many people that are, but you've lost the plot. You've lost your audience. You've lost our trust. It ain't ever coming back.
If you sat around and you defended the mutilation of children, you're not the good guys. If you sat 600, 700 cases of harassment against Republicans and you said, but what about this? What about this? And then you see this murder after calling somebody a fascist, you realize maybe I'm not the good guy. That is a hell of a realization to deal with. So therefore, you have to grasp at rationalizations. You don't have to do that, Jessica. They do. I don't believe you're part of that group, but why the hell do you have to mimic and echo that crap to us? He was a patsy. That guy was a patsy. He was under the hypnotic spell of a direct-to-consumer nihilism, the trans cult, and you know that. If you can decide that biology is false, you can agree that murder is okay.
That's a good line. If you can believe, how do you say it? If you can believe that biology is false, I mean, you'll believe anything. 2 + 2 = 5. No. Yeah, I know that's a man. He's got a dick, but no, that's a girl now, huh? Yes, 2 + 2 = 5. Say it. Say it. Get out of my face and no. No.
Mimic and echo that crap to us. He was a patsy. That guy was a patsy. He was under the hypnotic spell of a direct-to-consumer nihilism, the trans cult, and you know that. If you can decide that biology is false, you can agree that murder is okay and that humanity is expendable. How you cannot see that alone and see that for what the evil it is without having to attach all of these other things is beyond me.
I just want to be clear, and I want to let people speak. I in no way intended at all to minimize what happened to Charlie. I was horrified by it. I have not been on the five
but
since
the two
then.
sides argument, well, it's like pig Latin to a duck.
No, all that I was saying is could we have all of the information before you just say,
by the way, the typical liberal is reporting that popular streamer radical leftist Destiny has been banned by Twitch after saying you need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed on stream. The left is becoming more vocally violent after the assassination of our friend Charlie Kirk. I got to check on that.
they did this, because that is a broad brush to paint with this. And this kid
Let's
does
have
seem...
a conversation.
No,
Charlie had a conversation. He got shot. Look, I'm sorry, Jessica. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You weren't here for a week. You came in here and it's cold. And I'm sorry. But this is a story that is immune to news cycles. It's immune to rational.
Okay, hold on. But it says he's been banned from Twitch since 22. Permanent in 25. He was banned in 2022.
Rationalizations, it's immune to bias. This thing is with us for good. And we all have to deal with that. So that means we can't live by the same arguments that you might be reading about relativism among the media. We can't deal with those stories. It doesn't matter. The media is dead to us on this story. They built this thing up. We're dealing with it. We're going to act. We don't care what the whataboutism is anymore. That shit's dead. Sorry. For the swearing as well. I apologize to the American public. I'm going to shut up for the rest of the show.
I don't want to hear the whataboutism. Just can't handle it. So this person, Hannah something or other, Einbinder, explains her decision to say Free Palestine during her Emmys acceptance speech came from her belief that as a Jewish person, she has a responsibility to distinguish Judaism and Jewish culture from the ethno-nationalist project of the Israeli state. Take a look. See that? There you go. Isn't that nice? Go side by side. There you go. What's weird about that picture? Something's weird about it, isn't it? Well, why is it weird? Louay Ahmed says Palestinian news media censored her shoulders because women's shoulders are haram in Gaza. At the end of the day, no matter how much you scream free Palestine, they will chop your head off for being atheist, gay, or showing your shoulders. Free Palestine from Islamofascism. Huh. Well, that's one way to do it. Oh, here it is. Well, I can't play it because they'll probably ABC is really bad, and ABC puts most of the bad stuff out, so I assume this is on their network. But she says, F ICE and free Palestine. She wants foreign murderers and rapists on our streets, in our communities, knowing it won't affect her because she has security insulated in her Hollywood bubble. Shame on her. Kid Rock is flipping had it. He starts talking instantly. He's about to drop F-bombs. He holds himself together, at least at the beginning.
I've said it and I'll say it again because I think it needs to be echoed until they get it through their fat skulls. The mainstream media is freaking public enemy number one right now. Just the clips you just ran of these people from the New York Times and these other nut houses they call media establishments. It's absolutely freaking ridiculous. I mean, and then they say to, Charlie Kirk, God bless him, by the way, his wife, kids, that, he's inciting this, he's inciting that. I'm someone who understands better than anyone as being a very vocal Trump supporter from day one. They've called me a racist Nazi for years now. I mean, go look up a few facts about my life, my children, where everything. But other people start to echo this.
Yep.
Just people who write dumb articles who think, I'm trash and I hate my music, and they say he's just a racist Nazi. And, this starts to build and build and build. So you get these nut house kids who are doing nothing but playing video games, watching these occult movies that are all over our streaming services, that won't go outside to play any sports or anything. And, then they think they're going to do something good. I'm going to go kill a Nazi. I'm going to go kill a racist. And they're literally mentally deranged. We need to bring the frickin' nut houses back.
Yeah, you're incentivizing these loner kids to take shots so they can be heroes. And then every time after it happens, kid, they say, oh, we all have to come together. We all have to come to both sides are violent, both sides, and then they just move on and start calling us fascist again.
Well, I've heard a lot of my liberal friends say it, and they're exactly right. Like, you don't want to mess with us people. We have the guns. We know how to use them. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants an all-out war. We understand that everyone on the left is not sick, but there are enough people in the media and enough of these crazy liberals that just create this big echo chamber. And I'm not saying there aren't crazy right-wingers that do some of this too. There's a little bit of guilty on both sides, but these people, I mean, they're supposed to be this inclusive, this, that, and the other. And they're the ones that don't want to talk and get along with anyone, just don't even want to sit down and break bread. I mean, I'm in this business where some of my friends, people I've had big hits with, call me with this whack out stuff all the time.
Yeah, we got to start listening to each other and respect one another. Is there any message you want to get across real quickly to people that are still vandalizing vigils and celebrating this murder?
Yeah, you're going to keep it up. You're going to run into the wrong people.
Yeah.
Some people I know.
Yeah.
And aren't going to play that mess. And it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be very ugly.
It won't be good.
And we don't want it to get that way.
No. So Robert Redford has passed away. Rest in peace. What was your favorite Robert Redford movie? Type it in the comments. Of course, why am I thinking 12 Angry Men? What's the name of hold on. Let me pull up his. What do you remember most about Robert Redford? May he rest in peace. Butch Cassidy, Sundance Kid. That's right up there. His breakout role. Alongside cool-headed outlaw Paul. Oh, wait, he was the cool-headed outlaw. Grossed $100 million, won 4 Oscars in '69. The Sting. Okay, All the President's Men is the one I was thinking of. You know, that was really nice, all the president's men, to make it seem like it was a really big deal. Like a really big deal, that whole Watergate thing, some 2-bit robbery. It really wasn't that big of a deal. But it worked. It got him thrown out of office. That was one of the coups that's happened in this country. Sometimes they're violent, sometimes they're covert. But they happen. They're happening way too much. So all the president's men is probably the one I remember the most. Ordinary People, The Way We Were, Jeremiah Johnson, Quiz Show. I don't know if I've ever seen Quiz Show. I should watch that. A River Runs Through It. That was a really big one. Of course, The Natural, Barry Levinson. Barry Levinson did a sports movie. The Heroic Slugger with the Magical Bat, a sports classic despite mixed reviews at release. Out of Africa, 3 Days of the Condor, Barefoot in the Park, Downhill Racer, The Great Gatsby, Sneakers, Indecent Proposal. Oh, yeah. That's right. He was the billionaire who tested a marriage and sparked ethical debates. All Is Lost, The Chase, Havana, The Old Man and the Gun. Rest in peace, Robert Redford. What we have here is failure to communicate. He wants it. He gets it. That's actually the beginning. Is that what that is? Cool Hand Luke? The one where wait, what did I... No. Are we confusing? Hold on. Let me ask. Movie quote. What we have here is failure to communicate. Yeah, that's Cool Hand Luke. Yes, where he eats all the eggs. That was a pretty cool movie. But Robert Redford is gone. Rest in peace. Yep. Max Blumenthal, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, all sorts of people saying that Charlie Kirk was bribed $150 million, and he said no thanks. Luke says that Owens claims Kirk was having a change of heart, a big change of heart, before his death, and says he was contacted by Netanyahu. What do you think? Legit or not? And here's more of the back and forth on that Piers Morgan show. I did reach out to Piers to try to get on this show and to invite him on Agree to Disagree. I met Piers Morgan while, yeah, I know, it feels appropriate too. And I kept thinking of that movie as I was thinking about Robert Redford. I'm like, he wasn't in that though, right? That was James Dean. Who was in that? The quote was spoken by the captain, played by Struther Martin. Cast of Cool Hand. Yeah, Paul Newman was Luke Jackson. There's the overlap there. Maybe that's what I was thinking. Paul Newman. That's what I was thinking. Paul Newman. Don't recognize the other ones. Okay. But yeah, I met Piers Morgan. I've told you this story before. I was bartending and he came up and served him a drink. And I said, well, I just thought to myself, yeah, The Natural. That's such a Trash Panda. That's an epic movie. I don't recall if I've ever watched it in full, like clips here and there, but I don't know if I ever watched the full Natural. I should watch that. I'll make a note. Watch The Natural. Okay. But anyway, I met him and told him I completely disagree with his stance on the Second Amendment, but I appreciate the fact that he's having the conversation every night. And he said, I do think that's important that we have a conversation. I thank you. So he reached out and shook my hand across the bar. So it'd be cool to get him on as a guest or to go on that panel show that Pierce Morgan's doing. 4 different people on the screen. I could hold my own on one of those panel shows. Damn right I could. By the way, since everyone wants to talk about Israel, did you know this?
How free are Christians?
Ah, there's music. I can't. Son of a bitch. Apparently, Christians are not allowed to practice Christianity in Israel. They're not officially recognized. The evangelical church. Evangelical is not officially recognized as a denomination. Christians are, they write various offensive statements, slogans, graffiti. So there you have it. All right. That's the extent of the stories that I want to talk to you about today. Thank you for joining me. It's been fun. It's been real. It's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun. I forget who told me that one day. It's been real. It's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun. But I hope this was sort of fun. We're just dumping it all out on the table. Are there any other stories that I needed to get to that I was unaware of? What's trending? Bill Ackman, I gave you his denial. IDF is trending. Yeah, they're just demolishing the whole area so they can build a casino, is what it looks like. It's not good for people that don't want to explode. What? Great shoe? Really big shoe. I think you mean great show. Really good show. Really good show. All right, everyone. I'll be back again tomorrow. I'm going to go see if I can talk to Jimmy Dore. That'd be cool if I could get a sit down with him. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to do a meet and greet, but I'm going to go chit chat with him. So I got to do a data dump and get my videos off my phone so I have some room to do a quick record if we could chop it up. So stay tuned. Be back tomorrow at noon. Once again, tip jars at the bottom. Venmo and Cash App. My name, Brian Engelman. PayPal is fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. That's how you send something there. And of course, consider subscribing on Patreon. Set it and forget it. I know there's someone out there that wants to sign up for $1,000 a month. I bet a few more people could do $100 a month. Maybe even some people at $15 a month. But you all count. You're all relevant. You're all super helpful and super appreciated. So, yeah. I'm going to go see if I can laugh at Jimmy Dore's show and then try to interview him. I've played you that clip where Jimmy Dore spits in Alex Jones' face. And then our photographer, Blake Wally, goes over and gets in his face, and then they separate. So, should be interesting. I have no idea how tonight's gonna unfold, but I'm looking forward to it. If he does a meet and greet, I'll get a picture taken first. And then I'll say, hey, by the way, my name's Brian. And we filmed you spitting in Alex Jones' face at the 2016 Republican convention in Cleveland. I've been meaning to catch up with you since. Could we chat? We'll see how it goes. Anyway. All right. I'm going to sign out for now. Thank you all for being here on the TNAM network, because the news always matters here on the new American media. So signing out on behalf of everybody, I appreciate you. I love you. And we will talk to you again soon. Take care. Peace.
your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.